resources, and specifically the role of CIOs, evolve recently. How is COPT really utilizing technology to enable the business instead of, as a hindrance, because there are so many solutions out there today?
Yeah, I think when I started 7 or 8 years ago, one of the things that my boss, or CFO, had just, asking sort of what's the strategic direction you want us to take, right? And his message to me was get closer to the business.
Yes.
Without any real framework or like how do you do this or anything like that. And so, we've really put a lot of effort both on both sides of our IT team, on the infrastructure and on our application side, to find out ways that we can provide value, not be so much of a cost center to the business. I think we've been very successful at that. On our infrastructure side, we've done a lot with our OT teams, our facility teams, and things of that nature, primarily from an infrastructure and cybersecurity point of view. But also, we transitioned from CTI to Yardi Voyager 3-4 years ago at this point, and a big part of that was obviously the IT side of things and what we do for reporting and what we do for data analytics, and how can we again provide better, more value to the business, and I, from my perspective, it's really how do we best support senior decision making.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there are such a diverse group of stakeholders across your organization, and supporting all of those, I know, has been a focus for you. And so when we talk about, data accessibility and making sure that, you have access to the data and that the data is consumable, how does COP technology choices kind of align with that strategy of making sure that A, you can get access to the data, but that it's also insightful and consumable, to make real-time decisions based on your business needs?
Yeah, so if I go back to the idea of getting closer to the business, right, developing those relationships with people to know where data is being hidden, right, on laptops and spreadsheets and shares and things of that nature, understanding what the business processes are, or reinventing them in the context of an ERP project, like moving from CTI to Voyager. And we've continued on that journey, and Yardi's been a huge part of that, and we continue to invest in the platform. And going back to that decision being made, having the data accessible to us to be able to do what we want to do with it, in addition to it sitting behind the Voyager platform, was a big part of that process for us, and a decision point, because we have a very talented team of in-house developers that don't have to do the basics anymore. Now we can really focus on building data cubes and doing other types of data analysis to help the business, again, going back to making smarter decisions, and doing it in more real time, right? We've moved processes that used to take a day or two to sort of run through the machine and compile down to hours, if not minutes, because we've been able to sort of focus on that part and allow our partners to really help with sort of the day-to-day blocking and tackling from a data perspective.
Yeah, and I think that's critical. Like you mentioned, the realignment of resources and kind of this ever-evolving world and market that we're living in. I think that's a critical component in really applying them to higher value-add tasks where necessary. And so COPT is a REIT who focuses on office and data centers. And what's interesting is we had talked about kind of the impact during the pandemic, and office is clearly going through a restructure. We don't know how that restructure will look in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But can you share a little insight? I thought this was really interesting. What we've found based on the data that we've analyzed is that in the office space, depending on what type of worker you are, will really dictate at this point whether you come back into the office and for how long you come back into the office for. Can you share the impact that COP was experiencing during the pandemic and kind of the office sector today as you see it?
Yeah, so like we talked about, we're very unique, right, in the fact that we support so much in sort of the national security space. And because of that, during the COVID pandemic period of time, less than 0.5% of our revenue was actually affected by COVID. And it was the things that were more amenity oriented, right? The restaurants and things like that were around the buildings. But you have a lot of people who COVID hit, but they couldn't take their work home. Like, they had to be in our buildings, and therefore we had to be around to support them from a property management perspective. I think what's interesting now is that we're almost starting to come into the space where our peers were a few years ago during COVID, in how can we help our asset managers, property management, from an occupancy data perspective, really look at what's true occupancy versus occupancy coming out of the machine, that because of how the lease is structured.
Yes.
And
going back to the data.
Going back to the data and what's really happening inside the property, and we're going to be able to leverage a lot of the lessons learned from folks here and folks in our community to help us find the best path forward to get that real-time data at a building level, or building and floor level, that we didn't really have to worry about in the past.
Yep. And I think, another piece that we really talked about was all of these new technologies, and there's so much innovation in our industry. How is COPT evaluating these technologies, and are you currently utilizing or getting close to utilizing tools like AI and IoT and blockchain? Just curious to get your perspective on those.
Yeah, so I think it's really important for us. We have a big focus on cybersecurity because of who our tenants are. And that space, even looking around on the floor here, it's not a very big market, for security solutions in building management systems and things like that. Vendors are starting to work in those directions, and so we are willing to push the envelope on the things that we try, whether it's on the data side for what we're doing to help the business, or to operate our buildings and properties with a mind towards security. But I think at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to help that community of startups and capabilities, grow, and some are going to fail, and hopefully one or two will come through into productive and useful solutions. But we have access to things that they don't. We have access to facilities. We have access to data coming off of the sensors in the buildings that you can't really easily replicate. And so if we can do that in a safe, secure way to help them develop products, to help us, help our partners across the community, we're more than happy to do that when and where we can.
And I found that so interesting when we discussed in preparation for this conversation, because your background isn't necessarily in real estate, but it is in defense and security. And so we've had so many conversations to date, and a big focus of this conference is on cyber and security. But my question to you is around, how do you balance security and control with progress and innovation? And it's obviously a balance depending on the day, but I'd be really curious to get your thoughts, because that is your background.
So not all buildings are considered equal, right? And so really at the end of the day, it's a risk decision for, if we have a building that, let's just take our headquarters building, for example. We like to try a lot of things out there because it has a whole different host of scenarios, capabilities, multi-tenant, ourselves. We test a lot of things on ourselves to begin with. We're not going to be trying that in some of the things that we know have different functions, different tenants, that it's not meant to be a playground, right? And so understanding that risk space of, who could it potentially affect, what could the potential outcomes be that are going to impact the building, impact tenants, impact other parts of the company. Those are all part of that decision matrix, and when we decide to do something. But it won't stop us from doing it, right? I think we have to take measured risk because bad things are going to happen one way or another. And so it's important for us to understand we got to be somewhere in the middle, right? That nothing good is going to come without taking a chance.
Yep.
And so when we can do that, we will. And we've had to say no, but hopefully that hasn't been the majority, right? People like to say IT is sort of the we love to say no to everything, right? But we've gone to great lengths to make sure that's not the case.
Great, and I truly believe that your business will thrive from it. So Ken, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your conference, and I wish you the best.
Well, thanks for having me here. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations.
Welcome to today's session on moving towards data-driven buildings, the path from the intelligent edge and beyond. My name is Lauren Scott. I'm your moderator for today, and I'm the Vice President of Marketing and Sustainability for Acuity Brands Intelligent Spaces Group. Our group really focuses on the software, sensors, and controllers, allowing you to make your buildings smarter, safer, and greener. Today, I'm joined by two of my colleagues, Charles Pelletier, Vice President of Product Management at Distech Controls, as well as Sandeep Movadia, who is the Vice President of Product at Atrius. So today we're at the 25th anniversary of Realcomm IBCon, and in walking around this show, one theme that keeps on coming up is that of data. Charles, can you speak to how technology can play a role in helping solve some of the challenges that building owners are facing today when it comes to unlocking data?
Yeah, so when I think about building, I think about two main groups of users. Those who live, play, works in the buildings, and those who manage it. And both groups are seeking technology to make their life easier, to improve efficiencies. Now, if you look at buildings, there's tons of systems. There's multiple vendors, and no two buildings are the same. So it really, when you want to connect those things together, it really creates a challenge as there's multiple systems and you want to connect. So it's highlight the importance of the data discussion and how the data needs to be open, accessible, so we can create relation between those systems.
Perfect. And the three of us represent Acuity Brands Intelligent Spaces Group. Some of you might be familiar with us and that brand in the sense that we are the largest lighting and lighting manufacturer in North America, and yet the three of us represent the Intelligent Spaces Group. Sandeep, could you speak to how our group helps really solve and bring solutions that span from the edge all the way to the cloud?
Yeah. One of the great things about being part of Acuity is we have this incredible access to data from lighting, HVAC, and now refrigeration data as well. And that creates a very comprehensive understanding of a building, its systems, and how it operates. When you combine that with market-leading, award-winning technology like sensors, controls, field devices, AI-powered software, what you really have is an integrated portfolio of solutions that can help solve some of our customers' most complex challenges in spaces. So what makes us special is that data powers our solutions, which leads to customer success.
And another hot topic, and obviously one that's very close to my heart of walking around, is that of ESG. Around the world right now, real estate leaders are being faced with the task of both measuring and reporting in terms of emissions. Can you talk about how technology can play an important role in those two considerations?
Absolutely. Atrius Sustainability is our carbon accounting tool. As a solution, it's capable of understanding and flagging tens of thousands of different emissions factors across scope 1, 2, 3, 23 different categories, and then we support the ability to package that up in some of the most common and popular reporting frameworks like GRESB, CDP, TCFD. So for our sustainability managers, we're taking them out of that tedious, complex spreadsheet hell, and quite frankly, giving them productivity and assurances gains that they never would have had otherwise.
And from that building management side, certainly measuring and reporting are key elements, but then we also look at monitoring and management. Can you talk about how our solution can support in that element as well?
Yeah, I mean, sustainability reporting just generally is a great starting point, but every single one of our customers want action. They want outcomes. And Atrius Energy is a technology that allows you to get a very granular view of exactly how utilities and energy is being used in your building, down to a point or a plug load level. So that begins the starting point of your roadmap. When you combine that with our science-based target initiative methodology to define an end state, and then our energy predictions and recommendations, what you really have is a great companion on your energy optimization journey, whilst making sure that you're never sacrificing operational baselines or never impacting occupant comfort.
And even when you have the best controllers out there, the best products, and even the best services that complement it, failures are part of daily life. Charles, can you talk about some of the advancements that we've seen and from a technology standpoint to help address that challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned earlier how we seek technology to drive efficiencies, right? And we're really happy to announce Atrius Resolve, which is our equipment fault management system. And it's really a solution that monitors equipment, find problems, triage the issues, notify the technicians on what are the issues so you can go fix it quickly. Really to drive the building operation costs, to minimize the downtime as well. So it's currently in private preview to be released later this fall.
And in staying in the world of BMS and building management systems, Charles, you've been in the industry for around 20 years at this point, and I think we've come leaps and bounds in terms of how we can help address some of the challenges of our industry, but there's still some pain points that we're experiencing. Can you talk about some more recent developments that we're helping to address those more recent issues?
Absolutely, and it's hard to name only one challenge. Yeah. There's just so many, but one that is related to what we've been discussing thus far is the labor shortage and the skill gap. And we have to rethink how technology is used in buildings and also how it's deployed. So we are announcing Atrius Facilities, which take on-prem equipment and connect it to the cloud to really drive operational and energy efficiencies in the building. So we're really taking the on-prem BMS to the cloud to manage from one to thousands of buildings, all from one software. So it will be in evolutive platforms. Our next release is private preview is scheduled for later this summer, and it will be focusing on really helping the deployment efficiencies in link with the labor shortage we've discussed. So stay tuned for more updates.
So we've just talked about 4 amazing new applications coming out. These aren't all in silos, however. We're really trying to centralize this data in the back end. Can you speak to those advancements and why that's so important, Sandeep?
Absolutely. We do believe in a portfolio approach, and underneath all of these applications, we have Atrius Data Lab, which is our digital twin platform. And what Data Lab actually does is it acts as a central harmonizing point for all these different types of building data and telemetry. So you want to think of it like a clearinghouse for your lighting, HVAC, refrigeration, and any other data that you may have. And when you have that 360 approach, there's some interesting things you can do with it. You can combine it with your BI tools to be able to do analysis on the historical sense of like, what did the building do? We're combining it with one of our partners, Lamazoo, for immersive AR and VR experiences to see what's happening right now live in the building. We can also then use that data to build ML baselines so you can predict what's going to happen next and start to take recommendations and drive automation of that building as well. So when we think about past, present, and future, we're very aligned to the IBCon themes because Data Lab is powering that for us. You mentioned that there's 4 different applications that we spoke about today: Atrius Energy, Atrius Sustainability, Atrius Resolve, Atrius Facilities. They're all being powered by Data Lab today, in addition to the rest of our portfolio. So 7 apps today. We're very excited about that. What I would say is for any of our customers who are interested in understanding, how do you architect your building data, how do you harmonize that information so it's accessible and usable, or even if you're just looking to understand how to build your own internal apps, like we're very willing and excited to be able to share our learnings and best practice with anyone who's out there, and even partner with you to build some of those applications as well.
Well, thank you so much, Sandeep. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this session on moving towards data-driven buildings, the path from the intelligent edge and beyond. If you would like, and you're on the show floor today and tomorrow, please join us at the Atrius and Distech booth, number 623. And if you're listening to this recording, you can also access demos by visiting atrius.com and distechcontrols.com and requesting those demos for any one of these applications directly. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In the resorts world, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
Hi everyone, it is great to be here at this year's 2023 Realcomm Conference and Realcomm Live. My name is Greg Haverstick. I am part of the senior leadership team at Real Foundations, and I'm joined here by Mark Morrison, who is the Chief Transformation Officer at WPG. So Mark, you have an interesting journey to today's conference. You came here from hospitality. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you came from Hilton and now you're at WPG?
Yeah, so when Blackstone bought Hilton back in 2008, I was hired to essentially run the transformation of that company. And the investment thesis was we wanted to grow and scale that business significantly faster. And then we also wanted to become more cost efficient as we went about doing that. And so I helped do that over a course of several years. And it turned out to be a great investment story for Blackstone.
And then you went from Hilton to a digital company, Expedia. How did that work?
Yeah, so we were looking, Dara from Expedia had called me and he was looking at innovating on certain B2B products to serve hotel owners. So it was a natural fit for me. I think the story there though, what's interesting is just going from an environment that was more of a traditional company to a digital first company. It was just kind of a very cultural shift there because everyone has this mindset of testing and learning constantly. And so it's a very fluid, flexible environment, and we're always being prepared to be disruptive every day.
And as we've heard over the past couple of days, real estate has traditionally been slow to embrace technology. So you go from a digital first company, Expedia, to WPG. So WPG's had an interesting last few years. Mm-hmm. So why don't you tell us what WPG looked like when you arrived and why you had this mandate to digitally transform the company?
Yeah, that's right. At times at WPG, I feel like I'm sometimes speaking a slightly different language coming from Expedia to this environment. When I got there, what I expected to find was that we would have underinvested in technology. I actually found the reverse. We actually overinvested in technology. We had a lot of really good classic applications.
I think you guys have 80 applications.
Something like 80 applications, that's right. But I think it has come up at this conference a number of times, the evolution of information technology. There used to be much more of an emphasis on the word technology. Now there's a lot more emphasis on the word information. So just going out and buying a technology doesn't mean that it's not digitizing your company. So what really needs to happen is you need to really think through what information, outcomes, processes need to change, and technology just enables that. And so what I have now been doing at WPG is evaluating all the systems that we have, rationalizing those systems, and then updating and modernizing the core systems that we're going to keep and make them work for us.
And so we got a call from you back in March. Why did you decide to give us a call and partner with Real Foundations?
Yeah, so two of our core systems are Salesforce and MRI. And what we learned with MRI, we were an early adopter of MRI. So as I said, we actually had the system. The challenge is, as an early adopter, people had built customizations into that software. And so over time, the software itself wasn't being updated, and our processes were still very much in the past. And not only that, MRI has become a much more robust platform, and we weren't taking advantage of all those features. So we had developed all these workarounds, and it became very expensive to manage that system and quite frankly, our organizational chart. And so we wanted to reach out and find a partner, which we did with Real Foundations, that number one, understood the MRI platform itself. And by the way, we would have considered other options. We are sticking with MRI, but we needed someone who really understood that platform, who could help us modernize that. And then, the other thing is you guys have all this great experience with the retail REITs. And we really, a lot of the stuff that we're working on right now, it's not real innovation. It's really just getting to the point where we are competitive to industry norms at this point. So you've been a great partner on that.
I think it's really important to point out that you do need a solid foundation to truly innovate. Mm-hmm. And right now we're doing quite a few work streams at WPG, and we're really trying to set that foundation, because then we can just take off from there, is to have that solid foundation, be able to truly innovate and become a competitive organization again.
That's right.
We're working on a number of projects with you right now. In your mind, what is the most important thing you want to do over the next 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, there's a lot we want to accomplish. I mean, I think, being in a private equity environment, we have to kind of rank order where are we going to get the fastest returns. And so we often think about it that way. And so right now, a big project for us is just implementing a better procurement system, which you guys are helping us with. And by the way, these are things that we looked at doing in-house. And the reason why we called Real Foundations is we realized that we had so much work going on right now with all of these projects. We needed someone to help us who's been there and done that, just to drive us through a much faster process. So we actually think from beginning to end, rolling out a new procurement system will be 2 months, which I don't think with Real Foundations we could get that done. So procurement is like a big item that in terms of cost savings. But then I think the bigger project, as we mentioned before, is this MRI upgrade that we're working through. And what the MRI upgrade is going to allow us to do is two really big things. Number one, our data within MRI is really hard to access because we haven't really enabled the data module within MRI properly. And then the bigger thing, though, is just our processes of using that system for billing. Right now, it's archaic. I mean, and again, this is due to the fact that we have parts of MRI being older and parts being newer, and so we have this customized environment that again was customized back in 2014. So bringing that up into 2023 standards is going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity at WPG to improve the data, how it's stored, the outputs of that, the information that you're giving to your investors. And speaking of that, I think we kind of glossed over a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about the ownership and how that works now? Because it's been an interesting roller coaster for WPG over the last 3 years.
Yeah, so WPG went through a bankruptcy a couple years back, and then SVP Global, which is a private equity firm that works with a lot of distressed companies. They came in, they bought the company. Their background was not in the real estate area, so this is kind of a newer venture for them. And what I have enjoyed about this environment is I like the mandate for change. There's a lot of companies out there that are trying to do new things with technology and thinking about how they're modernizing their companies, but I think under a private equity environment, the pace of change is much faster, which is something I really liked. But yeah, working with SVP Global has been great in the sense that you have, a real partner who's driving for outcomes. I mean, I think the biggest challenge we always have in a private equity environment is at some point they need to return their money to their shareholders. And so, what does WPG look like coming out of this? And so, I think they're also continuing to search for that right answer. But currently the mandate is to transform the company, and a big part of that transformation is a digital transformation.
And a lot of that is really the work that we're doing with you is to provide that optionality of being able to scale up or down depending on those strategic goals. And so I think with the work that we're doing, we'll be able to get to that point. Anything else you want to add today?
No, I mean, outside of, excited to be here. It's been interesting. You and I were at the CIO panel yesterday, and we learned a lot, and you see a lot of the common themes around the role of the CIO. And I think just, again, looking back at WPG, is this idea of focusing on information, focusing on processes, less on technology. It continues to be a challenge. And I think even for modern companies who have modernized, now there's a new wave of technology, of innovation coming through artificial intelligence. And you can get really buried in new innovation and spend a bunch of money on things that don't work. And I think I'm living that, some of that reality, which is you need to go back, rationalize your systems, and really make the right investments for the future. And that's what I'm focused on now. So I'm very excited to be part of that.
Well, great. Well, really appreciate you taking the time today to meet with us. It's been great here talking at Realcomm Live. Real Foundations is located in the hall over here if you want to come over and chat. And then you can always reach out to us on our website, realfoundations.net. Thank you, everyone.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Logix is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. Logix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guests, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Reallogics is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. Reallogics provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities. Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution, built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Projects is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Real Foundation.
All right. Hi, I'm Donnie Law, and I am the CEO and the Chief Software Architect of RimLogix. Our guest today is Fatih and Jim from Cooperative Co-op. Welcome to your first Realcomm.
Thank you.
Glad that you're here. So tell us a little more about yourself and also about Calgary Co-op.
Well, first of all, I'm really glad to be at my first Realcomm conference. It's been great. I've attended quite a few sessions since yesterday, so I've been doing a lot of talking already, so it's great. From a background, I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I'm with Calgary Co-op, and I went to university there, like everybody else, graduating from Calgary. Mostly you start in the oil industry, so I worked in the oil patch for a few years, mostly between finance systems and auditing. So it was good to work with all three areas. And then I had my own company where I was a vendor and consultant and software developer for about 25 years, and then came back to Calgary Co-op. And the reason I'm saying that is because I did move around in all these various areas of being a client, a user, to a vendor, to a developer, and also to an auditor of auditing the whole process. So I'm glad to be at Calgary Co-op now and working with the various systems that we're bringing in.
No, great, thanks. And Jim?
Yeah, well, I'm Jim Gordon. I'm from a real estate background. I handle all aspects of real estate for the Calgary Cooperative Association. So my background is mostly in real estate development, and really happy to be here as well.
All right, we're glad to have you, especially at the first one here. So, Calgary's had an aggressive growth schedule and initiative. How will RimLogix, in our platform, help you in that strategy?
Well, just to give you a bit of background on Calgary Co-op, even though we are Calgary-based and we started out about 67 years ago in Calgary, and we're in the retail business, so we have food stores, liquor stores, gas stations, pharmacies, home health care, cannabis stores. We also are expanding within Calgary and even outside Calgary with some acquisitions that we've done recently, and they're wholly owned subsidiaries, Community Natural Foods, Willow Park Wines and Spirits and Beer, the Organic Box, and also the Beacon Pharmacies. So as you can see, we're expanding geographically, and we're expanding with our lines of business. In that expansion, we are also the fourth largest landlord and property holder in North America. So most of the locations that we have we own those locations to put our lines of business, but as well to have tenants in there. So we have, with this fast growth, we needed something to be implemented quickly and to adapt quickly to our environment and to be able to use it easily, and most importantly, to be able to fit in the very technology platforms that we have, because we still have some legacy platforms. We have some newer systems. We're also transitioning from on-prem to a hybrid cloud. So we needed a partner and a product that can work with us in that transition and be able to fit quickly in the systems that we're using currently.
And that was part of the initiative also, was to have an open platform to be able to connect to those. So as you kind of stated there, that was part of that. Was there anything else around that that you could point out that was important, that we connect to Oracle and Nextworld and other platforms?
Yeah.
How important was that?
Yeah, definitely it was important, because like any system that we bring in, we don't just kind of bring it in as an IT department and give it to the business to run. We start with we have a structured system development and implementation methodology. So we start by the business identifying what they need, identifying the requirements, the benefit, the cost-benefit analysis, and bring back to us what they needed, when they need it. And so we work with them. We start looking at different options and different solutions. We collectively together work on a series of criteria to meet those business needs, plus to meet the technology requirements that we have, because we don't want to just plug in anything. And so based on that analysis, and we looked at several products, and they all have their strength and they all have their position in the market, but we landed on RemLogic for several reasons. The first reason that I talk about is the technology, because we felt RemLogic can fit in easy with us. We can implement it quickly. We started in February, we're going to have phase 1 in June. So that's a very short period of time for implementation. Plus also the relationship. You have to get to know the person you're working with, you have to trust them, and you have to really feel comfortable that they're working with you, not just continuously selling you. So that was my reason from a technology and from a strategic perspective. But then I'll turn it over to Jim, where he can talk from the business side, what was his criteria that he felt would end up landing on RemLogic.
Well, much like what you just brought up, we were confident that all the software packages that we were looking at would be capable of, meeting everyone's sort of collective needs. But when it came down to why we decided to proceed with RemLogic, it was, very much based upon the team. When we got the RemLogic team in front of us, they came in with their A team, their best guys, who we have a direct line of communication to Donnie, and overall a very well experienced team that gave us the confidence to move forward with RemLogic.
Great. And then, Buddy, you talked about phase 1. We were basically aggressive schedule. We're having that to go live. What about the other phases? We have phase 2 and other phases. What's in part of those other phases?
Yeah, our system implementation methodology, I know people kind of work with waterfalls and try to kind of get everything and all the ducks in order before they move it into production. But these days, we can't afford to sit and wait. We want to work in an agile, very kind of phased approach. And so working with the RemLogic team and with the real estate and development and IT, we work together to identify the different phases and the priority of the modules that we want to bring in first. So phase 1 was the initial one that we wanted to bring in as quickly as possible to help Jim and the rest of the real estate development team start working and convert all of their Excel spreadsheets. And then Jim and his team identified the other phases that we bring in. And we believe that we build the foundation, then we start adding to it along the way. We let the benefit from prior phases justify and support moving to the next phases. So Jim can talk to you more about the details in each phase.
So property management, tenant management, and setting up the overall system are going live, and by the way, it's been extremely quick turn on that. But through that process, we did identify the option to look at enhanced forecasting and budgeting options, asset management, and and integration to our future coming Oracle Cloud ERP. So we're looking forward to seeing those go live in the next several months.
Mm-hmm. That's great, and I know a lot of that next phase and the future phases, we talked about customized dashboards and things you could put into the system to be able to make it more interactive with the actual user experience as well. So as part of that, I'll kind of jump to this next piece is a couple things around mobility of the platform. So you have people that are in the office, you have also maintenance, other people outside of that. How important was the mobility features, to Calgary Co-op?
Yeah, well, you know what? So we own properties, across a very wide regional geography, and we're really excited with the ability for things to integrate on a mobile basis, so that we can know what's going on in our tenancies where we don't have eyes and boots on the ground on a daily basis. So we're really excited to have line of sight to that. We've never had it before. We're also really interested in being able to access information, whether it's on our mobile devices, in the office, at home as well. So previously we had no real line of sight to any of that.
Great. And then another thing that we talked a little bit about as part of the project is this no-code idea.
Right.
It's kind of a newer concept in the industry, but the flexibility. So how did that kind of play into what you were looking at?
Well, yeah, like I smile when I hear that, is because really we have to start looking at innovations. We have to start thinking out of the box. We mentioned that we have Oracle e-business suite. We want to move to Oracle Cloud, and we have a lot of different systems. So we wanted to quickly integrate. And the best way to integrate is with this no code. And I call no code as an advanced vanilla code. We want it to be the foundation all established, and then we have the business and eliminate a lot of layers to be able to identify and really explain exactly what they want to do, be able to write it in their own terms and let the system create the code that will take it over without changing the foundation of the system.
Great. Well, it's been a great discussion. I'm so happy that you guys were here with us, at Realcomm. Glad you were able to make it and be a part. First time. Hopefully this is one of many. We're very excited to be working with Calgary Co-op and be able to extend not only our product, but help you in that growth, because we do really see this as a true partnership going forward. And that's what we like to work with.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Partners.
Thank you.
It's great for you to be here, and thank you very much. All right.
That's great. Nice.
is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution, built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Everybody. Well, first of all, thank you not just for being here or being in the general session this morning, but the months of planning, not just for this Realcomm and IBComm, but for years. I mean, all of you have been part of this community for a long time. I know how busy you are. I know what it takes to get out for a couple days, but I really do appreciate that you find the time, and none of this works unless you are all willing to do that, and in some cases say, this thing is a mess, I have no idea what I'm doing, and get in a room with other people who think the same, right? So what we're going to do is just kind of continue on the conversation that we had this morning in the general session. And just for everybody watching, what we did over the last 3, 4, maybe even 5 months was we took the 120 topics that were coming to us via the surveys and Howard's conversations, and we tried to bubble up the top 6, and then each of you kind of oriented to the ones that that kind of resonated with you. So Sanish, why don't we start with you? You took ESG, but I also heard some other things you said about reacting and changing the whole way we look at IT. You want to just continue that thought?
Sure. I think we've dealt with crisis after crisis over the last 3 years, whether it's COVID, the supply chain crisis, now there's economic crisis. And as an industry, I think one of the takeaways that we should take from that is the fact that while historically it's been always beaten into us to be proactive as an IT leader and make sure that you have all your systems right, how do you deal with a disruption that no one saw coming? And I think the point I was making in the general session, which holds true, is for the most part, is that equal amounts proactive and reactive. Are we making sure that when we do get hit with this disruption, are we able to weather it? And some of the less sexy parts of our portfolios, whether it is your DR testing or your business continuity planning, are those shored up to meet these unexpected disruptions, was the point I was making. And I think it is something that we've learned over the last few years, certainly.
Well, analyze the DNA of the real estate industry versus the tech. Real estate industry, you build big buildings, you fail, you're fired. Tech, over the last few years, it says fail often, fail fast, right? So you got these two juxtaposing philosophies on how you should. But as real estate technologists, you have to be on both sides of the equation, right? I mean,
yeah, I think that's true, Jim. But I think the industry has also changed over time to embrace a little bit more of that fail fast.
Totally.
And very different from what it used to be. To your point of never fail. It has to be right the first time. And which is true when you're dealing with leases. You don't want to collect the wrong rent, higher or lower. That was never the case. But in terms of some of the technology that we're introducing into our portfolios, into our properties, it's to me existential, certainly in office, and it has been in multifamily for years. And you can do a little bit more fail fast, and our organizations are more inclined to deal with that. So that's been a change.
I got really taught that lesson during COVID when we decided to do the in-person event and broadcast, to the world. We had to go into that hotel, scrub it clean, bring in the COVID technologies, build a studio. We had never done this before, or not to this level. But honest to God, you say, okay, well, you have to adjust your strategy every 5 years, every 3 years, every 1 year, every 6. We were adjusting our strategy every 24 hours. And at one point I said to my team, I said, this is the new normal. We're gonna set a goal, but in 24 hours we're gonna have to totally abandon it and start over. Now I'm not suggesting that's what we get, but to your point, this flexibility and adaptability and not just being able to be proactive but reacting, I think it's part of your role.
Well, and I'm going to pick up on that because I would add that, I think the culture has changed and we do want to adopt technologies and pilot technologies and figure out, what are they bringing to the table? What is the real ROI on those? And you want to do that before you try to get to scale. Yep. And in addition to the new technologies that continue to emerge and create some disruption, I would say, we're seeing a lot of, there are players that, cease to exist after a few years, or they get acquired by larger companies. And so there's a lot of challenges in really understanding who your partners are today, and are they going to be the same version of themselves in the future? So, how do you insulate yourself so that you can continue to innovate in a forward direction and not feel like you picked the wrong horse along the way?
You actually brought, and I didn't get a chance to bring this up in the general session because we're running out of time, but I didn't get to say, I want you to know that all these people on this end, not only are they innovating, they have to innovate at scale. Mm-hmm. And then I was going to say, Prologis, Related, Hudson, or Hines, and I'm like, that's different than innovating at a small scale, mm-hmm. right? You can take chances on a one building or two, but you have to think it through. Why don't you address that a little bit about, to your point, where you have to make a decision and understand how big of a decision it is and how, by the time you get to the end of that rollout.
I tell you, so, I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I was just going to say, first of all, you don't eat the elephant all at once. You take little chunks at a time, and you do a proof of concept, and you do a pilot, and then you do a group of properties. And then you come up with a change management strategy to roll out to a portfolio that's very well thought through, that is staffed appropriately as well. That's how you make it work.
Well, and I would add to that, we're a global company, so what works in the North America may not also work in Europe, which may not work in APAC. So we leave room for some authenticity of what region you're in, and it's okay for us to have 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 solutions that might do similar things. We've got to quit playing the whack-a-mole game where everybody wants to do the same things 50 different ways, because you're paying the price in integration, you're paying the price in data normalization.
Well, in your business structure with partnerships, that adds a whole nother layer of complication, right? Because you have to kind of resell it to the different organizations.
That's absolutely true, right? We have co-investors, and we have large tenants, and we have different asset classes. So I think we've got about every challenge you can think of, but we are very committed to scale, and we're leaving enough room to be individualistic in that way, which kind of brings up this whole idea of this integration platform of data and integration as a service. The reason we're taking that approach is because you can't have systems talk to each other, because then you are forever kind of tied to that structure, right? That spaghetti bowl of integration. So by saying we're going to have a single integration to a common communication platform, it allows us to be able to unplug technology and put a different technology in and kind of try different things.
You just made me think, how complex this all is. Who do you guys look to? Other than each other, do you look to other industries for some advice or best practices? I always looked at financial services, figuring out if E-Trade can get all these wholesale systems, retail systems, market systems to talk together so I can trade on my phone. That's who I always followed, right? And actually, tried to help the industry even with this conference. Who do you look up to?
Well, So my experience prior to real estate was in financial services, retail, and data services. So in effect, I got a feel for multiple industries before I got to Prologis. And the funny thing is, Jim, I think at the end of the day, the problem statements largely remain the same. Everyone's thinking of data as their currency, wants to safeguard it. Everyone's looking for robust systems. Everyone's looking to go to the cloud, which Prologis has 100% cloud-based infrastructure. And so then data becomes your common unifying effect, if you will, between all the multiple SaaS solutions and all the infrastructure you have. So absolutely, I think we have a lot to learn from the other industries, and some of the, especially when it comes to your data infrastructure or your march towards net zero as part of ESG that we talked about, we could take cues from other.
Well, and I think one of the things we really should take a cue, especially from the financial services industry, is the level of respect and relationship a CIO has with the executive suite. I mean, I got to believe the CIO at JP Morgan is about 10 feet from Jamie Dimon's office. There's a different kind of, he knows he can't survive without that technical expertise. I'm not sure we have that yet. Joe?
I don't think we have it. Maybe we don't need it, because I think from the difference between real estate and financial services is scale. They can do something once, and because it's a lot of commoditization of the, for example, equities or debt, and real estate's different. It's unique. Each property is unique. Spencer said it today. Every asset, underlying asset is unique, and it's very difficult to just cookie cutter something across that's going to work for that asset. So our asset class is different, and we have to recognize that. So yes, we look to financial services, but it needs to be modified to fit our business always.
If I could take one thing and apply what I saw in financial services, was this CIO-CEO relationship, because it is different. I mean, every major financial services firm, their CIO is elevated to a level, I think, that maybe you guys are because you're in high-profile firms, but many of your peers are considered the people who fix email, right? And that's not healthy. That's not healthy. So we're out of time, but I want to go right down the line. We'll start with Sanish. 30 seconds. What is the insight, advice, suggestion you say to the world of your peers out there based upon where we're at and all the stuff we're seeing here? What do you say to them?
I think it kind of summarizes everything we've been talking about over the last day and a half. It's about staying connected with the ecosystem. Jeannie talked earlier about finding the right partners for enabling this journey. Most of our companies are going through some version of a digital transformation, an agile transformation, a data transformation, a cloud transformation, perhaps all of them mixed into one. And you need some good partners and thought leaders on that journey. And so staying connected is important.
The word partner has been used a lot so far today.
Absolutely.
And I think we all know we're ahead is troubled times for the industry. And I think we all just also need to keep our heads about us. We shouldn't stop innovating. We can't stop innovating, but we need to also be practical about where we are as an industry and where our companies are, how much they can invest, and focus on those ROIs. I think I was one of the people who brought up the hard ROI back.
Show me the ROI. You saw the cover.
That's what I do. I'm a recovering accountant. I can now admit that, and that's part of where I come from.
I think you said that in the one general session where you guys were up in the balcony. I think you made that reference. Jeannie?
I agree with Joe. I mean, I think, we're seeing a transformation in our industry, I think, that we're going to look back on and say, when you put a timeline together, this was one of those very pivotal moments. And so, we're talking to our executives about now's the time for the investment, because we're positioned to come out of this like gangbusters. So, but we want to make sure that we're putting the right technology in, and they are asking for our ROI, right? Not for tech's sake. They want to know, how is this going to drive tenants, drive the investor? How are we going to become the best investor and manager in the world in that way? So we're being more deliberate about how we're applying technology.
I love this time. Honestly, compared to the last 10 years of hype and fluff and euphoria, I mean, I've been through 3 of those cycles. This is where the real innovation is going to happen. If history repeats itself, you're going to get more done in the next 5 years than you did the last 10. Because we have to.
I hope so.
We have to. No, I really believe that. Thank you all for everything. It's been a great time spending with you. And that's it, Mayor. We're wrapping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Reallogics is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. Realcomm provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
We wanted to bring something to...
Liza, good to have you here. What do you think? Pretty crazy?
Hi, Jim. It's awesome to be here and see all this amazing technology.
Well, the technology is one thing, but the energy of seeing everybody, I mean, there's like really strong competitors walking around who are friends, because in our world, they understand with technology changing at the pace it is, i.e. something like ChatGPT, even fierce competitors can't do it on their own, they can't keep up. So we've established this relationship and this collaboration culture. They get in rooms and they know they got to work with each other to hack it out. So that, I think, to me, after 25 years, is the most interesting, that everybody just kind of rose the white flag long ago and said, I can't do it by myself. What did you fail at so I don't? And they're just wonderful in sharing, which is really kind of cool. So let's talk about SCSP, and just for those watching, I'm not going to steal your thunder and you're going to go deep, but you know, I think I met you, it feels like about a year ago, and I got introduced to SCSP, which stands for Special Competitive Studies Project, modeled after the Competitive Studies Project, Nelson Rockefeller, and that very unknown guy, Eric Schmidt, right, who nobody knows who he is, i.e. Google, is kind of in a position to follow what Nelson Rockefeller did in the 50s. We're at a pivotal time in U.S. history. Technology's been one of our mainstays. It's provided us all this opportunity, this lifestyle. And we're now seeing things change a little bit with geopolitical, superpowers around the world. And, SCSP coming in saying, look, we got a real serious competitor on our hands, and we need to collaborate, private sector, public sector. We're a couple feet from the White House and Congress, and yet we got all this business experience. I feel like you guys are acting as the liaison, the bridge, the connector, right? To make sure that the U.S. maintains this competitive advantage with technology and lets our children enjoy the same world we did. So why don't you give people a little background on SCSP, and then we'll dive right into the day-to-day of what you guys are doing.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, Jim. It's just terrific to be rubbing shoulders with these great American innovators in this critical technology, smart infrastructure. It's really kind of a taste of the future, honestly.
It is.
Back in, we're located right outside Washington, as you mentioned, right near the White House, the State Department, or, about a mile from the Pentagon. And so we think about technology every day and the American innovation ecosystem, but it's just great to come to Las Vegas and actually be in the mix with these private sector stakeholders who are doing really great stuff.
And
with
actually,
tech.
I'm going to ask you to pause 1 second. I'm going to reverse. Can you give your background and credentials, because they're impressive and you're humble and won't say them, but I think it's important for the audience to know who is saying these things given your background with all those three-letter organizations. Why don't you just take a minute and explain your background?
Sure. So where I work now, the Special Competitive Studies Project is a technology-focused initiative. We're focused on policy. We're a nonprofit, bipartisan initiative. But most of my background is in the US government. So I started as a CIA China analyst, served there watching China, econ, tech issues for many years. Then I got to serve in the Defense Department for 3 years, advising the military on China, and then most recently spent 2.5 years in the White House as China director at the National Security Council. And this really was during a period when the United States was reevaluating our strategic relationship with China, and the way we had handled US-China relations over decades was really shifting. And so I got to be on the front lines.
Yeah, and we've read the books and how all of a sudden the U.S. started waking up to the fact that maybe there wasn't as much cooperation or good feelings and good relationships, and that maybe I don't want to say we're taken advantage of, but things weren't as they were supposed to be, right? And so at SCSP, why don't you give us just an idea of high-level mission statement, what is the goal, and then we're going to get into some details.
Sure. Well, at SCSP, we're really focused on trying to make sure the United States, along with other democratic nations around the world, can succeed in the era that we're in right now, where emerging technologies are defining more and more about our lives, our economy, our society, our national security. And based on developments in China and around the world and just how rapidly emerging technology is changing, we're really concerned that the United States can't take technology leadership for granted, and that we need to do better to get organized. So part of that, as you mentioned earlier, is forming these public-private partnerships to make sure that the private industry and U.S. government are working together to address these challenges.
And to bring it down to language that our industry would understand is, some of these folks may be worrying about 5G in context that my tenants' cell phones don't work in a building, which is important. That's what we spend these hours and days in rooms talking about. But from your vantage point, Yealy, who presented to the 5G pre-con event yesterday, I mean, he basically got up there and said, if you look at the 5G rollout map around the world, it's 3/4 red. And so people say, well, how does that impact me? Well, if they're 3/4 red, they're developing new technologies. They're on the 6, 7G. They're on to setting the standards. That puts us not in the driver's seat anymore, right?
That's right. It's really quite ironic because the United States is where a lot of the great innovations in telecom happen. The telegraph, the telephone, the internet, cell phones, these are all great American inventions and innovations. And so it's quite ironic and kind of startling that now we look around the world and Chinese state-backed firms are leading in building these 5G network systems around the world. So we're doing all right here at home. The US government has put in some measures to make sure that we don't have Chinese firms building those systems here in the US. Right. But it's quite worrisome that many of our allies and partners around the world
Well, and I've heard people talk about the efficiency of communism, right? Because there's one way and no other way, right? So if you look at how we do business in the United States, relying pretty much on Nokia and Ericsson, and then you got a lot of these other vendors. On the other side of it, they've got one or two vendors, really, one big one and then a secondary one, that there is no argument, there is no debate, right? So now our key is going to be able to keep up and surpass that level of innovation while maintaining all the democratic principles that we all believe in, because I don't think anybody in this room wants to use technology in the way that it's being used in China, right? So how do we get the various parts of the ecosystem? Well, let's just pick on 5G for a second. The carriers, the manufacturers, all those independent third parties that provide Wi-Fi and CBRS, the antennas all over this room. And then to the building owners who have to make this stuff work when people walk in their lobbies, right? That is not a very well organized ecosystem.
That's right. We really need a new model of public-private partnership, Jim. And I want to be clear that competition is a good thing. We welcome that. You see competition among vendors, among carriers, among different parts of the industry, and that is good. And so when we talk about being concerned about these Chinese firms in this space, it's not that we don't want the competition. It's just that China has a track record of not playing fair, and these Chinese firms, unfortunately, are operating in a system where trust and transparency are not incentivized.
Right, and some of the people in this room, 5, 10, 20 million square foot, big projects, right? So we've been talking about years about, okay, now that the network is getting more established, more mature, first thing you do in a building is put in that network. Well, it's the second thing you start doing, you start attaching things to it, right? So you got traditional building automation, like many of the vendors in this room. You got this whole new breed of what we call IoT, right? Internet of Things for industrial or commercial applications. Problem is a lot of those devices are coming from an ecosystem that's distributed around the world. So you get 100 fire alarms or air conditioning units that come from someplace out your protected supply chain. You attach it to this network and you really don't know what you got, right?
Yeah.
That's where the public, we need some help from an industry standpoint to let the government do what they're good at, setting policy, like you said, understanding where the risks are. And I think without us working in concert, it's going to be too hard of a battle.
Yes, absolutely. We're up against a system in China where they have military-civil fusion, they have the state calling the shots and telling these national champion firms what to do. It's not like our system where it's more distributed and kind of every man for himself. And so we really need to come together and deal with this. China's the biggest perpetrator by far, by a long shot, of cyber espionage, and so they're sucking up this data all the time. And in order to have kind of a comprehensive U.S. response, we have to come together.
Well, there are friends of mine in this room where we've had these conversations that said the one individual was developing a territory in South America, and he said I would spend weeks and months on my proposal, and basically I would give them my proposal, and then all they would do is say half price, and you're going to get better technology. He says, how do you compete with that? It's being subsidized by their government, not just for the economic purpose, but for geopolitical purposes.
Right. Yeah, cheaper is not always better. I think we know that, and some of the high quality vendors here know that, and that discount comes at a price to our security and trust. I think far too long in this country we discounted this connection between technology and trust. And as we become more reliant on these 5G networks and really the digital superhighways of cyberspace and artificial intelligence, we need to be able to trust these networks. And knowing where these are produced and what nation state actor might have access to that or be controlling that is really important.
Well, my background is pretty much technology, and you got the networks in place to connect the devices, and they're the highways, and then you create this data repository. Now you apply something like artificial intelligence. It's someplace we've never been before.
Right.
And we want to make sure democratic principles are maintained over the next 5 to 10 years.
Right, data is the new oil. It's really a tremendous source of economic value. And Chinese leaders realize that. They have a strategy to dominate the digital superhighways of the 21st century. So we really need to act and have something that works for private industry and for government to make sure we have our own comprehensive strategy.
Well, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you're here, how grateful you're speaking in the general session tomorrow morning. We got some meetings scheduled, and we're going to do our best. As I told you from the beginning, I'm going to make very good use of your time. I know how busy you are and how important it is, but we will bring this community to you, 50 billion square feet of some of the most innovative people in the world. You tell us how we can help, and we're here.
We really appreciate the partnership. SCSB is a small organization. We really can't do this without partnership with the private sector.
Called leverage.
Thank you, Jim.
Right. Thank you. That's it. It's a wrap, and thank you.
business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing. Using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. Rimlogics provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader. Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing. Using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. Rimlogics provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Howard Berger, and I'm here with literally the godfather of holoportation, Steve McNelly, CEO of DVE Holographics. Steve, I think you know the story about how we first discovered holoportation?
Yes, yes.
Even though you know, I'm gonna tell you again. It was back in 2001, folks. We used a technology called Teleportec. We used it in the opening general session of our Realcomm conference in Dallas 2001. And there, we teleported a real estate exec, his name was Malcolm King, from a company called King Sturge in London. We teleported him to a podium on the main stage in Dallas. And honestly, to this day, folks still think he was physically there. It was magical. And we had no idea that over the past 23 years that you were actually the brains behind all of that technology.
There were several companies involved using reflection at the point, and we wanted to evolve it over the years because we knew it had to get to the next level. And that's what we're doing now, is we don't have to use reflections at all. We have displays that are transparent now.
So the technology's really come along.
Oh, goodness gracious, yes, it's made it practical now.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have been pretty much at the center of a lot of those innovations.
Pretty much 25 years, yes.
Over 25 years.
Transparent LCDs, transparent OLEDs, transparent projection, infinity black illusion, on and on. We've been doing this all around the world for many years.
I mean, and it's amazing. We had that history and really just discovered that you were that involved with it over the last year. Yep. Yeah. So one of your big concepts or themes right now is what you call collaboration destinations.
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely, but I'd like to show the video first.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, so we have a video that's
let's show the video.
Right here showing that, so I think a picture speaks 1,000 words.
Absolutely.
You have volume? So I will. So what you're looking at here is Holoport 1, which is a facility that was constructed to really leverage the next generation of the workplace. The idea is to leverage interior design, but in a new way, from the perspective of immersive display technology. And we've had a lot of guests come into our facility here from SpaceX, NVIDIA, Fabletics, the George Lucas Narrative Arts Museum, all came in, and we were able to actually create an experience here at the touch of a button, and you could be fully immersed in this. The windows actually can close and open up, and it was all a way to try to decide, how do we make the workplace a place that people want to go to, not just a place where people have to go to. So doing lighting control systems, and the whole room can transform from a practical workspace to an imagination space to an immersion space. And then also we do full body holograms here. This is the Infinity Black illusion that we have, HDR holography, where people can pop into the space from other facilities as well. And they are totally photorealistic people that can collaborate with you. And then there was another thing, is the Holo Office. And the Holo Office is something where we have these not only in the corporate campus, but they have them in their home as well. So now there's no more Zoom fatigue or Teams fatigue. There's actually life-size people sitting on the other side of the table in true augmented reality, no glasses required at all. And so the Holoport 1 was really a great study in figuring out if we could come up with a way to create a modular, repeatable, and scalable environment that could be just turned on rapidly in an empty floor in a building. Mm-hmm. And so a builder or a client or somebody could actually say, you know what, how quickly could you do that? And it's not about half a year. We could knock it out in about a couple of months, and even sooner than that as we get rolling with these. And so again, collaboration destinations, as we can see here, for me is a place where people go there to work, not to work. They go there to visit. And then they go home to actually do the hybrid work. So the word collaboration destination itself is a spin on the word entertainment destination. Mm-hmm. And that is, let's think about the workplace as a place where we're actually engaged and inspired. Mm-hmm. And that means the environment can't be static. I think we've all been to beautifully architected buildings and great interior design. But once you've been there, you've done it.
What would you rather have, marble walls or an LED wall for, in terms of utility? And this is something, you've known Jim and I for long enough now,
yes,
that this has been a concept that we've been talking about and trying to push to our community for years now. Actually, ever since we saw it at Standard Vision in LA, where Adrian Velicescu had built out a collaboration room, but one entire wall, probably 30 feet, was floor-to-ceiling LED, and it was used for a variety of different purposes. It was for setting mood, for setting just an ambience, for displaying projects, for deep diving, and for multi-view collaboration.
I know Adrian is a great company, Standard Vision.
Yeah.
They just did the giant LEDs like Times Square at LA Live. Yeah. So it's a great company. So we're doing more than what AV integrators do, though. And that is, an AV integrator would go in and just say, put a display in. For us, it's not about that. For us, it is display is also accents to interior design. And so that's why we look at every corner, projection to fill in wallpaper, displays to fill in accents, the lighting matching it, and then we can tell themed stories. So give you an example, when the museum came in, we actually set it up so that it was a George Lucas experience, like in the Experience Center, at the touch of a button, even a hologram of a stormtrooper welcoming people, saying, move along, standing there life-size as well. And then being immersed in each one of those environments with lighting and sound in zones and all of that. And so the challenge was what's really involved in creating these themed experiences. And so in the business model, we did some tests during COVID when everybody was hibernating. How quickly could we create one set of unique content for an environment? And we were actually shocked at how quickly we could make them. So we realized that our clients could actually be having a new environment every week if they wanted to, and then we can share these environments among other clients. But then imagine a company wants to have their most important client come in, and they want their building to be something special. Within 24 hours, we can brand that space to what their client is. They walk in and they'll experience an experience center better than most $50 billion companies have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the big challenge is creating the media, correct?
Believe it or not, the talent base in creating this media now is so rapid, especially with AI video production.
Well, now, yeah, that's made a big difference.
So I'm here at the show actually showing our DVE holographic podium. And we have a live person, Jeff, the other co-founder of the company, coming from Irvine here. But when he's taking a break, we actually have a photorealistic deepfake avatar that's actually communicating the script of the show, but that script was actually created with ChatGPT. So the ability to create rapid content that's engaging and interesting, all the formulas are changing. And also because this is for private viewing, we can also grab stuff off the internet, off YouTube and all that, because it's only for private viewing.
I mean, historically, you'd have to search a directory of content creators probably around the globe.
Yes.
To, and really have a pretty good inventory of folks that you could choose from, and it was quite a process.
Correct.
So what you're saying is a lot of this is looking open source now.
So one of my big passions, and our company's big passion, is how do we automate stage and lighting and the delivery of content creation in a way in the venue that's already preset. So much of the stage and lighting industry really isn't the complexity of content creation, it's the complexity of having to take stuff out of logistics, put it in, set it up, tear it down, put it back in logistics. That's an exhausting part of the staging lighting industry. But when we're just focused on, there's the venue, it's right there, we just have a couple of people that are going in there, they're very talented, know lighting design and control design and video, and we're able to, in one single computer, distribute out to about 25 sources throughout the entire room, and also control the lighting as well in a way that's super affordable now. I mean, a couple of years ago, it would have been way too much money to build these kind of theme park level show controls. Now we can do it all in a single computer.
Is this a concept that a landlord, let's say in a Class A building in New York City, Class A highway, might want to allocate X number of thousand square feet to actually house in their building? Do you think there might be enough
100%. In fact,
drive that?
We want to see, we think the next wave is, I mean, right now when people say we have a shell of a floor, you know, we need an interior designer, we need an architect, we need a builder, and we need all. We want to come in and say, no, everything's modular, repeatable, and scalable. So here it is, we'll go in inside of Unreal Engine and we'll build out the whole space in one week. And then we'll lay down a formula that already works. Because in the end, now it's about the immersive elements, not necessarily about the detailed elements anymore.
So kind of like a Holoport one in a box.
That's exactly the plan, yes.
Yep.
And we'd love to work with large architectural firms and large firms, because we see this as a collaborative, kind of like Amish barn building in a sense. We want to see a community of their skill set come in as well, but understand that we want to come in and do it rapidly though, but then elements can be added to add personality to each one of the venues.
Okay. So final question, because we're going to have to wrap up. What do we need to do to accelerate adoption of this technology?
Well, I think this is the beginning. It's awareness. I think a lot of people have never even thought about work as a place to go to be inspired. Work as a place that you go to visit, and then you're released back out in the world. And so for us, the passion is the facility itself, but also how do we connect people in the edge with next generation technology in their homes and small ancillary offices in a way that is this exact same personal relationship. No more tiny little pictures of people looking down or away. This same
feels
experience.
Natural.
And we're already building this. Our clients are in Saudi Arabia today, the city of Neom, Public Investment Fund. We have other clients all around the world, the US government, major Fortune 2000 companies as well. So that's what it is. It's an exciting time, actually.
Well, I mean, we're dedicated to help push this, to push this technology. So I want to thank Steve, thank you all, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Barbier, Senior Director with Yardi. Welcome to Realcomm Live. I'm here with Mike Goodwin from Stockbridge. Mike, welcome. Maybe tell us a little bit about your role and a little bit about Stockbridge as an organization.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Chris. So my name is Mike Goodwin. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Stockbridge Capital Group. We're a private equity firm. We're about $33 billion in assets under management. I think we have around 600 assets, about 70 plus million square feet. And we're based in San Francisco with offices in Atlanta and Chicago.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your time today. You know, it was interesting. There's been a lot of talk about AI here at this program. One of the things I did before is I asked ChatGPT, I said, what would you present at Realcomm? And after it told me that it could not present at Realcomm, it did give me a topic to present. It said, you should present on transforming real estate through AI, enhancing efficiency, sustainability, and the tenant experience. And I'm just curious as to your thoughts about AI in this industry, and maybe also anything that you're doing relative at Stockbridge to either policies, procedures, or even use of technology leveraging AI.
Sure, I'll start and say, I'm certainly not an AI expert, but we're really diving in, with both feet to try to figure this out. There's been a lot of interest on AI really throughout our entire organization. I think the first time I heard about it, before it became really popular, is when Microsoft announced Copilot, maybe 6 months ago or so. Someone had reached out to me and asked if they could get licensed for it. Yep. And some of the folks on my team had been using it, and then we all just really jumped in to see what we could do with it. Yep. At the organizational level, honestly, sometimes AI scares me a little bit with the information you can put into it and also what you can get out of it. So the first thing that we did was develop an interim AI policy. Mm-hmm. Really in an effort to put guardrails around people on how they should use it, how they should handle PII, PHI, MNPI, all those I's, right? All that identifiable info that exists out there, we just want to be careful with what we put in there and get out of the system. We also wanted people to be, just really aware of that, the information that comes out can be incorrect, right? So a lot of it depends on how you prompt, how you ask questions, what you're trying to get. So really just making sure people are aware of that. I think separate from that, we're formulating an AI task force. So we do allow all of our employees to use like ChatGPT and Bard. Yep. But separate, we're forming this AI task force with a focus on really like business testing AI to figure out where it makes the most sense to use and putting together business cases for where it makes the most sense. So while everyone can use it, maybe 10% of the folks will use it once and think it's no big deal and skip it. We have other people that are sort of living in it and using it every day, so we want to capture where it makes the most sense to utilize it.
Yeah. So in addition, it sounds like you have a lot going on around AI initiatives and just policies and procedures there. What are some of the other real estate technology projects or initiatives that you have going on within Stockbridge?
Sure, well, we're always doing a lot of work with Yardi.
That's good to hear.
I think we've really been focused on streamlining our Yardi implementation and really opening up access to our users. I think historically, some of our business teams have had kind of narrow access to what's in the system, but with our younger generations coming in, they want to be self-service. So we're reviewing all of our security roles and making sure we're opening up things for people to get access to the information. We're working on building out a data warehouse internally, kind of a proof of concept, where we're feeding data from Yardi into Snowflake and using Power BI to slice and dice that info and put reporting together. Like I said, it's a proof of concept, small scale at the moment, but it's really promising. And we're really focused on using all of the really rich tenant level data within Yardi that we capture, for our firm-wide reporting. So it's been nice. We've really, over the past couple of years, done a lot of work around cleaning data governance, making sure that we've rewritten our lease administration guides and things like that to make sure I also forgot to mention we use all third-party management. So there's a lot of folks we have to work with on from a policy perspective to get the information the way we want it in Yardi. So we've had a lot of success, so it's been really good.
So with all those types of initiatives that you have going on, how are you seeing demands from investors, demands from other internal stakeholders, and the efficiencies maybe you're gaining, and just some of the new things that you mentioned, some of the on-demand stuff that people are trying to get access to? What are some of the changes that you're seeing in terms of those types of demands, both internally and externally?
Internally, so Stockbridge, we have a number of portfolios and portfolio managers, and we work with a lot of different property types. Since in the 5 or 6 years I've been at Stockbridge, I've noticed in the last year and a half or so, there's a lot more interest in firm-wide reporting versus portfolio-specific reporting. Right. So we've really been getting into the back end of Yardi through the YSQL tool and trying to pull together custom YSR reports that are firm-wide, and then also the data warehouse. So internally, I think the firm-wide metrics have been a lot more interesting for folks.
Right.
And then externally, we've not related to Yardi, but we've gotten a lot more interest in human resources type data. So people are interested in how many employees you have, how long they've been there, what's their tenure in the industry, what's their tenure at the firm.
Right.
So we've been pulling information like that. Again, nothing personal, but sort of that tenure type information out of our HR systems so we can report against it. There's been a lot more interest in mapping. So, people want to see things like My Google Maps or Google Maps just of the properties or portfolios or the assets that they manage. So we've done a lot of work around, building that into My Google Maps and then also into Power BI through, the data feed from Yardi. So it's more of a user experience. People just want to get more information out of the system.
Right. I mean, you have a lot of different initiatives going on. What are from a recommendation perspective, some of the drivers for success, whether it's how you organize your teams, how you get the sponsorship and the buy-in from the business? What are some of the advice that you might give people listening in terms of what's a successful technology project with some of the initiatives you have going on?
So we work really hard to partner with the business. So we've changed the way that we approach and prioritize our technology initiatives in the last probably couple of years. And a big focus of ours is the business champion. So we make sure that we have business buy-in before we prioritize any sort of budget or project or people's time. And we've seen a lot more success making sure we have that, and people realize, you are the business champion, so you're our partner in making sure this gets done. And when we get questions, from senior management about the spend or the project, you're going to be right there with us explaining. And that's actually made us be a lot more successful in getting the resources or the sort of the human capital resources we need from teams to help us implement. We have a committee that meets quarterly, and the business champion will come to that meeting for that, that particular project and actually pitch that. So instead of me doing it, we have the business champion do it, and it actually comes across a lot better. And I think it doesn't look like the IT group is sort of pushing for more technology. So we really want to make sure we're solving a specific business need.
We were together just a few weeks ago in Chicago. We did this exercise around kind of looking at the current structure of investment manager organizations in terms of the allocation of resources by departments, et cetera, and then what that might look like in the future with some of the technologies that you talked about, some changes and shifts. From your perspective and your opinion, kind of where do you see things shifting over time in terms of where resources are going to be allocated within firms like yourself?
I think different business teams are going to have more technologists within their team. So maybe not an IT person, but somebody with that business analyst mindset that wants to explore technology. Because I can remember when we had 1 or 2 on-premise applications, 20 years ago, and now we have 40 SaaS applications. Everything is technology. We need the business users to really dive in and be curious and explore and figure out how they can use that technology to make their jobs a little more efficient. And I think, our younger generations, and I mean, really every generation is great at this, but we're seeing more people want more access, elevated privileges, and we like that because we have a pretty lean team, we're a small team.
Yep.
But I would see either technologists or technology-focused people embedded in the team, again, maybe not part of IT, or even for a big enough team having their own personal business analyst to help them work through projects and liaise with the IT group. I think you're going to see more of that.
Yeah. More embedding with the business and kind of
exactly.
interacting with what the business needs are and making sure that the technology is kind of driving the business. So that makes a lot of sense. Any last words of advice, people embarking on a new technology initiative that you might want to give?
I always get 3 bids.
Yeah.
I think I think the business champion has been the most important piece for us as of late. So
Right.
I think we do a really good job. We've always done a good job of that project management piece and trying to get things over the finish line. But having that business buy-in is just been key for our stakeholders and then senior management, because they want to know, why do we need this?
Yep.
And it's so much easier to have our head of asset management or portfolio manager go to bat and say, we need this for X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
And then we just make it happen. My team will make it happen.
Right.
So I think that's really key for people if they're looking to embark on sort of a new value-add project.
Right. Excellent. Well, I'll give a plug for you. You'll be in a session at 4 o'clock today in the Verona room, where we're going to have a few other panelists talking about similar topics. So really appreciate you taking the time to meet with us today, and look forward to our discussion again this afternoon. So thanks everyone for watching.
Thank you.
For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Howard Berger, Realcomm, and I'm here with Richard Perks. He's Director of AV Infrastructure at Resorts World. Now, if you're not familiar with Resorts World here in Las Vegas, it is largest resorts. It has the distinction of being probably the most technologically advanced and innovative resort, hospitality, casino in the Western Hemisphere, if not the world. So Richard, glad you could join us here today, and thank you for all your help with the Resorts World Tour yesterday. Really impressed with your rich background. Could you share a little bit of your story and how you became interested in technology?
Sure. Technology, kind of growing up, in the 70s, post-Apollo launch, moon landing, and seeing all that technology as a kid, as a young child, I became very interested in becoming an astronaut possibly one day. Yeah. My father happened to be very plugged in with ham radio, as a ham radio operator. He was sent to Oklahoma University by the post office to learn the first large frame computers that they were deploying at the post office in Secaucus, New Jersey, one of the big bulk mail centers. So he kind of was a big driving factor in me being going down the technology road. Then I got into middle school, and they offered electronics one marking period or semester, which I took, and I was very fascinated with component level design or component level technology and learning that. To where I continued that through high school, and then I ended up joining the Air Force in 1981. And got really exposed to some really new state-of-the-art technology on the F-16 with 1553 bus, Manchester Logic, something I've never heard of before, which is probably not used today in the military, but it was robust. F-16 weapon system was powered with it, so I got to learn that.
My family got involved in those. Yeah.
Nice. So kind of progressed through my 4-year enlistment in the Air Force, and ended up having the honor to join Hughes Aircraft Company and Missile Systems Group, where I continued to work in a lab environment. I started as a technician and quickly became a support systems engineer. Then I was sent to the Bay Area to Naval Air Station as a technology rep for their Phoenix missile guidance system. So I got to do that for a good year, and after that ended up joining the black side of the business on radar systems. So I got to experience some really great technology there, and very unique applications of technology, which you don't see everywhere. After about 10 years of that, I said, the Venetian was opening. I said, let me go ahead and see what that's all about. So I ended up opening the Venetian, and in 1999, you have no network really. Everything was SneakerNet. And
so you were the IT guy over there?
I was the AV guy. I had the music and page system, and I had no idea what it was actually until I saw it, because it was a new thing to me. But it was just something new to learn. I enjoyed learning it. I kind of became very proficient and sharpened the sword with that. That taught me audio DSP. Then networks started to come. We started with the CobraNet network. We started transporting audio throughout the property to amplifiers. I saw the benefits of the savings of money by networking audio. You don't have to have long home run cables for speakers. Yep. That was back then, and as we've progressed to today, every single device can now be a PoE endpoint, which is fabulous, and that's kind of what I'm very excited about in a lot of ways.
Yeah, we are too. In fact, for those folks who didn't have the ability to be here at the conference, we had a low voltage symposium yesterday, focused all afternoon, focused specifically on PoE and digital electricity as the backbone to replace the traditional AC systems in buildings. And we have the PoE consortium is housed here. I think we have 9 companies in the pavilion, so we're very much behind that whole concept. Yeah.
Great.
So what brought you to? How did you get to Resorts World?
I opened opened the Venetian. I was in 2006. I entered the development department, which is the construction design team that designed Palazzo. So I actually did the AV system design and integration for Palazzo. All the DSP programming was me, and I drove the restaurant control system programming. Managed that whole process, so it would all work together and function properly. Then after Palazzo, I ended up doing the Sands Bethlehem, the whole casino there in 2009 it opened. So I did some projects, and then with the downturn of the economy, gaming stocks were really low. So most casinos cut out all their construction. I ended up finding myself just taking a job for a short time. Well, I thought it'd be a short time. It was 6 years at the Monte Carlo, which I did a lot of projects there. I kind of cleaned up the systems that they had, made them more usable for the technicians that were operating the building. It was very confusing. That's just the way they had it laid out. So I kind of fixed that. We ended up doing a few projects, and then about the time I was on the Park Theater project. At that point, the offer came in from Resorts World in 2016 to join the design and construction team, which really was an amazing time because it was almost 3 years before actual construction. So I was able to be a part of the entire design phase of all the low voltage systems. And primarily AV is my main function, but I ended up becoming the manager of the DAS system. I assisted ensuring that IT had their endpoints and fiber infrastructure laid out properly so that they would be able to utilize it, because we had a couple of changes in our IT team throughout the process as well. So I kind of took on that responsibility. And I also assisted surveillance with their laying out cameras and every aspect of low voltage.
So you touched all the low voltage.
Every single piece of it.
Yeah. That must have been quite an experience, actually being involved in the strategic design of that over there. So they gave you the budget to pretty much come up with the most state-of-the-art, most innovative design, correct?
I had to estimate a budget based off square footage numbers, and which caused me to have to reach out to actual electrical contractors that do the work and find out what's today's cost for these square footage pricing that they would estimate to. And I kind of used that model and came up with I ended up with about a $33 million budget for OS&E, which is TVs, mounts, switches.
Is that cameras and everything?
No, that's AV.
Okay,
only
just AV.
I had nothing to do with budgeting for the parts and smarts for the IT systems or the surveillance systems.
Okay.
That was not much. They had hired, by that time they finally hired some people for those areas in operations.
I mean, but with sub-projects like the Globe, how much of that? I mean, how much of that the budget did the Globe?
The Globe was a $15 million procurement and installation, but there were also facility impacts, which I don't have the complete numbers to, because there was construction costs to put. The structure itself is fairly massive, but the actual metal structure that was installed, the electronics, all the framing, that was the $15 million cost. The facility impacts to it, the air conditioning, sprinklers, power, all that was another cost that was associated with it. So it might have been another $2 to $3 million more after you tally all that up.
We could spend 2 hours talking about all the technology that went in there. So, I mean, what were some of the projects or some of the individual technologies that you got involved in that really excited you the most?
What really excited me the most was selecting the audio system platform, the DSP solution. I had chances to do biamps to Sierra. I looked into doing a media matrix. They had kind of fallen back a little bit and hadn't come up with a new product just yet. Harman BSS hadn't come out with a new product yet, and I couldn't make any commitments. I looked at the QSC QSys platform, and I really loved it. It's scalable. Plus, it had the plugins available to work with a plugin as an API that another manufacturer's IPTV solution worked extremely well, where I could extract the audio off the video stream within the DSP platform using Dante, and it just to me that excited me a great deal because I didn't have to have any analog line audio cable in a rack anymore, all network, which the racks look
was
like,
a dream. Yeah.
Like the racks have no wire in them, basically. To me, they're almost wireless.
That's great. It's just I'm just so impressed that you had the opportunity to really, at a time where there's been so much, the technology has improved so greatly with everything from the DSP to the the low voltage systems that we now can cobble together some really impressive technology technology stacks. So must have been quite a journey.
It's been quite a journey. There's plenty more journey to go.
I'm sure you.
Now, my new future endeavors include bringing PoE lighting into our projects as we move on. Maybe some retrofit to them. Just anything to make it more easy for operations teams to maintain the building without having to call electrical contractors for lighting issues. A big deal. They treat it like it's an endpoint.
And senior management is totally on board with the...
I'm having to educate them. But when they start seeing the ROIs and the savings of electricity alone for these systems, there's a heck of a potential for migrating into this realm.
Yeah, no, there's a great business case to be made. Well, I just noticed we're run out of time.
Oh.
As I said, I could talk for like another hour.
That went fast. Oh, I was worried I didn't have enough materials.
So thank you, everybody.
Thank
you, Richard. That was great.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you it's an honor to do this.
That was good. Thank you.
At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future, inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In the resorts world, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
All right, man, I am so happy. I've got Will Galloway from Siemens here with me, man. Will, first show for you, right, at IBCon?
Yeah, first time being here at IBCon, Realcomm, and it's a great experience. I think there's a lot of good people here, a lot of good companies being represented, and we're excited to be here for sure. Yeah.
Well, absolutely, and Siemens has got a fantastic booth. We're looking at it right there,
Yeah.
and sort of looking at it, man, you got a whole new sort of platform with the accelerator program. Talk a little bit about that, if you would.
Yeah, that's right, and that's actually a big reason why we came out for this particular conference, and we expect to be here for a while to come. But yeah, Siemens Accelerator is our new and exciting open digital business platform. And so what that means is it's really our way to consolidate a lot of these smart building topics around digitalization under one roof. And so what we're doing, we're bringing together technology in the form of different portfolios, so offerings, services, your technology and so forth. But on top of that, we're really focused on an ecosystem approach as well. Okay, so portfolio is great, but then we can't do it all. No one company can do it all. So let's look at an ecosystem approach and really bring together partners and other tech providers, other service providers, et cetera, under one roof, and that's what Accelerator is doing for us. And then that third part is really that engagement of what Siemens is doing with our customers to help make their lives a little bit easier. You know, they're all trying to go along a digitalization path themselves. At least that's what we're hearing and seeing, but they don't know how. They don't know where to start oftentimes. So come on to Siemens Accelerator, the marketplace, get to know it a little bit better, and learn about the industry, learn about what companies like Siemens are doing.
Well, listen, I love the concept of the ecosystem, right? Because, I mean, traditionally for years in this business, it's been if you were a vendor, you got your product in, hopefully it had a different protocol, didn't talk the same protocol, or even if it did talk the same protocol, you didn't necessarily want to make it easy for people to necessarily hop on your system, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But it sounds like your philosophy's changed about that. Is it? Yeah.
It evolves, right? It evolves. I mean, I think that we have a lot of great things that we built in-house, and we pride ourselves on that, and we're going to continue to do that. But the fact is there's so many different unique scenarios on the customer side, right? There's so many different technologies that are out there, and this industry is changing so quickly, right? And so why not take a little bit more of a broad approach with it and think differently and embrace that and be on board with it? You know, and so like even just today, we're talking to so many different providers and either technology providers or consultants or service providers, and thinking about what we can do together, together, and that's the big difference.
Well, I got to tell you, as a Tesla owner, I used to have a Tesla. Okay. It's so cool, man. You got the whole EV integration. So speak about that if you would real quick. That's really cool.
Yeah, definitely. And what I think is interesting about that concept specifically is that smart buildings, if you do it correctly, I'm going to kind of stick on the smart building angle because it's inclusive of EV charging, right?
Yes.
To do a smart building and to try to drive modernization into your facility or your campus or your enterprise, that's all great, but if you're not also addressing the trends in EV charging and e-mobility, well then you're kind of leaving a whole lot on the table. And so when we look at integration of technologies and what we're bringing to the market, EV charging is right there with our automation systems, with our security, so it's all just one part of the story, and we're trying to make that as cohesive as possible.
Well, you bring it all together, and then I guess the sauce that drives it all is the data, right? Because you got to get the data out and be able to use the data to make informed decisions. So speak about how you guys work with data and your data analytics platform.
Man, it's so true. It's the gold, right? Data is that gold that now you can work with and actually do some things with. And so for us, it starts with connectivity. Helping our customers securely get data out of their buildings, not just out of their buildings, but actually integrated within their buildings, right? So it doesn't always have to live in the cloud. We can do things in terms of integration and data flow, even right there on-prem. But really, that is the heart of it all, is which data, right? So you don't want to just flood the system with data. Then you're being just constantly kind of reacting to these alarms or these issues that are popping up. So getting really good data is a key point. Do it securely and reliably. It's not easy. You know, it's not easy. And what we found is sometimes projects will really stall out at that kind of level unless you really think about it strategically and start with a good data strategy. And that way you're going to be in a better place moving forward. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there was a phenomenon called alarm fatigue, to your point, where people get so many alarms, they just stop responding to them. They're spending all their time trying to take care of the alarms. So I like what you're saying. So it sounds like your approach is, let's sit down with the owners and really get everybody on board. Walk us through that. So if an owner comes to you and goes, hey man, we want to get our building tip top, walk them through the process.
Yeah, so Eric, great question. I mean, here's the deal. It's not one thing or another. It's really thinking about it strategically. And think about it with the end in mind, okay? This is what I tell customers. It's like, think about it with the end in mind, think strategically, think long term. You know, putting a new dashboard in place, okay, maybe going with the new service agreement or something like that. Those are all parts of the overall puzzle. And so we really try to sit down and have a strategic discussion. What do you want out of this building, right? So our customers, I mean, their lives not necessarily changing, right? They're still trying to run a great real estate portfolio or save lives or educate students, right? But they can do it in new ways and do it in a more modern fashion. So let's start there. What are your core objectives, you know? And then if we have that aim in mind, let's come up with a strategy to make this building, this series of buildings, come to life so that you can be more effective in what you're doing. So look, that's all kind of glossy and sort of high level, but it's an important step. And one thing that we're finding is that customers are diverse, right? And there's a lot of stakeholders within that community. And so you might be going down a path with a security director, right? Or some sort of a security angle. How well do they know the sustainability strategy of that company?
Yes.
Are they in constant contact with the information technology, the IT teams, right? And so what we found is actually trying to diversify that room a little bit. So we've got a lot of good people in that strategic discussion, and then you can really make something come to life that's really going to make a difference.
You know, I love the analogy of the puzzle and the pieces of the puzzle, because I think, to me, when I think about it, it's like in the past, everybody sort of had a piece of the puzzle. And I think just having pieces of the puzzle is not enough anymore. You got to have somebody that can see the overall plan and make sure the pieces fit together. Yeah. And it sounds like this at the core of what you guys do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to plug Siemens a little bit, I mean, we have that breadth of understanding. Yeah. You know, we've been there. We can do the work at the pre-construction phase. We can work you through, you know, the whole construction process, of course, and then through the life cycle of the building as well. And that's just to point out the fact that it's very complex. You know, it's really got to be a well thought through and holistic mindset to really make this stuff happen. And that is our strategy throughout. And what's cool, and bringing it back to that ecosystem concept, is that understanding where your strengths are and where your weaknesses may be, and filling those gaps with partners and technology and going about it that way.
Well, no, I think when you think about the ecosystem too, again, I think it's a completely different strategy, because if you're not the one that's helping the customer put together that puzzle, and if you're just trying to fence them in so they don't have other options, you're not going to survive long. So, you know, I love the way you're thinking about this. I really do, because I think that owners have to probably talk to a lot of people, but I think they have to get a partner that ultimately is going to have their best interests in mind and knows where the different pieces are and can help them put together the puzzle to the picture they want.
Yeah, I want to speak to that just actually quickly here, because one thing I've found a lot, and we've been talking about it just today, is the fact that having a technology, a layer, let's say, of an application, of a user interface where you can have transparency into your building, you're looking at alarms, you're having that analytics piece given to you in the form of a dashboard, you know, really helpful stuff, but that's only one part of the puzzle. And how is your staff actually using that data? Is that data actually helping you, and is it working into your process and your workflows? And I think we forget about that human element of the fact that, you know, you're bombarded with all of these inputs and all of these alarms, but is there accountability for the action actually taking place? And that's not always easy, right? So what we try to do is we try to work with our clients to leverage our remote experts that can support them at a human level. Yes, we're remote, but it's a human interaction there. Hey, we're learning all these interesting things about your building. Have you guys taken action? Can we support you on that? And we have a nice technology interface on that. And again, it's just working through that process and that workflow so that it's not a one and done. It's not just a dashboard, it's a whole strategy.
No, I love that because it's kind of like, getting data is not a problem anymore. I mean, we've all gotten good at that, but it's kind of like getting too many emails, right?
Yeah.
So you guys help put the filters on so you get just the emails you need to see, using it metaphorically.
That's right. That's right. And then coming back around and saying, hey, did that work?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It's coming back and having that data then to say, okay, well, we implemented these 5 things, and man, it had this result.
Yeah.
Could we do that at another facility? Should we be doing that, next time this year, this time next year? So it's all that kind of stuff that's kind of kind of full circle on that.
No, it's really, really cool. So kind of walk me through in the last few seconds for somebody that's wanting to work with Siemens, kind of walk them through the process. I mean, obviously you start with high-level conversations.
Yeah.
And who would be involved in those conversations typically?
So there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, I think what we offer is some of that credibility and that expertise to have this sit-down strategic conversations, and we love that. But that's not the case all the time, right? So I don't want people to think that they have to get deep into that part of it. We love it when it happens. There's also the reality of an existing building, and they've got great people in-house, and they just need to kind of implement something, And my point is, start small if that's what works for you. If you don't have a new construction project and it's an existing building, start small, get started on it. Find a partner you can trust. We talk a lot about growth at the speed of trust, right? We've got to have that trust with the customer from an implementation standpoint, from a technological standpoint. If you trust your partner, you can kind of take those baby steps and move along the process.
Well, yeah, if you find somebody you can trust, and I think that what you're basically saying is, man, it's a journey. It's not, it's not necessarily a destination, but if you're going to be traveling with somebody on this long journey, you better get somebody you can trust, man.
That's right.
Thanks so much for sharing, man.
Yeah.
Up high.
Thanks a lot. Oh, yeah.
Down low.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
You bet, Mel. Thanks.
Make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Hey everyone, I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I am here with Michael Sherwood, Chief Innovation Officer for the City of Las Vegas. Mike, I am so grateful for all of your support for the conference, for being here with us, being an advisor, helping us connect with some insane innovation going on here in Las Vegas. Thank you. There's a great presentation this morning. I can't thank you enough. Let's just start. Give us a little bit about your background and how you got here.
Sure. So I have a pretty diverse background, actually. I've been in Las Vegas for 7 years. Prior to being here in Las Vegas, I was the Deputy Director of Public Safety for the City of Irvine. So I was born and raised in California, did a law enforcement little stint there, but I've also worked in advertising, as well as power generation and some other municipal cities. So I've had this kind of diverse experience, but it's really that diverse experience is what helps me be more of, I think, a thought leader, an innovator, more willing to accept risk as long as it's calculated. And so what drew me here to Las Vegas is that the whole community here that is really accepting of new ideas, new concepts, not afraid to fail. You don't want to fail, but not afraid to try.
It feels to me like you connected with Las Vegas at that inflection point where the opportunity was meeting the desire to innovate, and you just happened to be there at the right time to connect with all of this.
It was the right time in the kind of the universe. I mean, if you remember, it was how do you get the Amazon headquarter to your city?
Right.
How do you win the Smart City Challenge? And so those type of things were coming up, and it was Las Vegas's need we want to be part of that competition. We want to be considered to be a great business place, not just a great entertainment destination. And I would have to say, entertainment, sports, culinary now, we have a wide variety, but that's hospitality. How do we become just as relevant in technology? How do we become as relevant in autonomous vehicles? And just making our community that kind of great place with great amenities that people want to move and live here and have a family.
5 years ago, when we were back here for our 20th anniversary, we were at the Cosmo, and I had connected with Don Jacobson?
Yeah,
Don Jacobson. Yeah, back then we talked a lot about what was going on. I got the feeling that Vegas was starting to wake up to innovation. They were willing to experiment kind of in a small way, but right now it seems like their appetite for innovation is just gargantuan.
We're a rocket ship now. We are just blasting through things, and it's such a great time. And really the entire community and city embraces it. You have the MSG Sphere. The largest circular building in the world, 18,000 plus seating capacity, total immersion, every seat, high-speed internet. You talk about connectivity, immersion, and tech in the physical world, that's going to be a one-of-a-kind venue.
we've got organizations that are willing to take fairly large financial risks to be the first in something, to create that something that hasn't been created before, which is pretty amazing, especially, at a time where people are talking recession, we're starting to see, headwinds in a lot of ways. So let me just ask you about the city now, because I know there's a huge transformation going on. What is it about the DNA in the city of Las Vegas now that's enabling all of this innovation? How are you making it happen?
I have great leadership I work with, so I have a great mayor, great city council, but it's really the community. The community is very accepting of innovation, of change. I mean, what other city in the world do you know after a few years blows up a perfectly good building to build a better, newer
every
building?
20 years.
It kind of goes. I mean, we're talking about the Tropicana down here on the Strip being moved out so a new ballpark can be built. I mean, not many cities do that kind of massive transformation, but it's not just that. We have F1, we're redoing the streets. You got the Sphere we talked about. We're boring under the city now to have
all of these, these are massive.
Massive projects. Generally, a city would do one type of that project. We're doing 8 or 9 of those, and then we're leading and coming up with new ideas in a bunch of other areas as well. So it's an incredible time, but it's always been an incredible city.
So what are the projects that excite you most? Now, you mentioned, I know, F1, huge undertaking. I remember I was on the committee for 300 in Long Beach when they first brought in F1 back in the 80s.
I remember that.
Working. Oh yeah, because you were in California.
I was in California. That was a big deal.
I
lived in Irvine. That wasn't far away.
Then. Yeah, and I remember that. But doing it here in Las Vegas, that's got to be. I can't imagine the complexity.
There's a lot of incredible projects. But I have to name a few. Obviously, autonomous driving. We have 7 companies here that are frontline, doing great work. I love to see the technology grow. I like to see how it's interacting. Las Vegas did launch the first autonomous vehicle in mixed flow traffic in 2017.
Yep. We actually demoed it in 2018.
Yes,
we brought
it was that full year. So autonomous driving in general and the technology behind that really excites me, and the way that cities are going to integrate the communications with those vehicles.
Absolutely.
That's exciting.
Did that help drive the 5G?
It did. So part of our investment in creating our own private 5G network was the ability to be able to move faster. How do we come and people wonder, you do all these innovation projects, but part of that story is about economic development. How do we make Las Vegas more enticing and the amenities here for these companies to come and experiment? How do we take some of the regulations aside so they can come in a safe way, but get them to be here? The boring company is another, it's super exciting. I just saw a map of the expansion and where it's going to go. It's going to be almost every single casino on the Strip. You'll be able to get on and off. And imagine when you talk about the technology's great, it's underground is great, the way they're boring it and the way they're creating all this. But when we think about sustainability, think of how many less cars will be on the surface streets. We won't have to expand our streets. So it's a showpiece for the world to come see this technology.
I'm still just amazed at the speed and scale and how they can deploy that. It blows my mind.
Well,
honestly,
you talked about it. Look at 5 years ago. Now think of today. I can go over the MSG Sphere, the Allegiant Stadium.
Yes.
You have the Circa Hotel downtown. You have an arts district that is bustling with new activity. Area 15.
Fremont Street
upgrades, and all the great things that are happening there. Just in 5 years, even with the pandemic that kind of put us to sleep for a little bit, still we're advancing and doing so many great things. And that's because we have a really great community and leadership from the state all the way down to the local level that make these things possible.
You get your hands on these huge projects. How big a staff do you have?
You would be amazed. The IT department itself is a little around 100 employees that manage the digital assets of the city. So we're not robust, but we're a great group of really people that are passionate, we're a resilient city. We come together when we need to and we get things done. And that's not just my team, that's the entire Southern Nevada ecosystem. Henderson, North Vegas, the county, the city, we all work together to make things happen. And that's kind of the Las Vegas methodology.
Now, are you always on the hunt for new potential technologies that you could bring to Vegas?
I'm like a little
You're
kid.
out there
Of course,
shopping all the time?
Of course, I'm always looking for how can I make our community better? How do I build amenities? Just like building owners and people that have assets, how do you make it better so people want to live or reside or have an office in a building? I look at that in a larger scale. How do I get people to want to call Las Vegas home? How do I get those creators, those inventors to come here? What kind of amenities can I build? And I really am a believer in everybody works in technology today. So how do I bring new ideas, new concepts that might help those people live a little better? And then they'll want to stay here.
Yeah. I mean, do you keep your eye on Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Singapore, some of the stuff that they're doing out here with some of these crazy developments?
Hey, I watch everybody. You can learn from everyone, but yeah, I do. A lot of Asia, very impressive. I was just in Indonesia. They're building a smart city there called BSD. Amazing technology, amazing things that they're doing. Dubai, Saudi Arabia, they're all models. And they're on a scale that I'm jealous of. I'd love to have that kind of scale.
We used to put people on planes. We used to organize tours, take them to Asia. I think we did 8 countries, 32 cities. We took them to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, got them inside some of these. This is years ago, about 15 years ago, just to wake the American commercial real estate development community up to what innovation looks like outside the U.S., and it was pretty dramatic.
It's dramatic. It still is dramatic, and I don't know what it's going to take to get. So I see the wheels turning. I see things starting to take hold. I think the pandemic has changed a lot of ways that we look at real estate now, and people are coming up with new ways to reinvent their buildings, provide better services. You know, we talk about 5G and getting more of that coverage in buildings and in downtown areas. It's exciting, but it's great to be able to see what others are doing. And I encourage everybody, if you haven't had a chance to get out to Dubai or see some of this, you got to go see it, because you'll have a new perspective.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I'd like to think that we have it all here in the U.S., we really don't. We really have to get out and see the world.
You do. We have some great, look, I'm not going to put, we have some great things out there. But when you want to think of something that's starting from scratch, and where they had a fresh
start,
fresh start, a green field, and you take that and you've built what they've built, and you see what technology works, and that whole region, very upfront on what's successful and what hasn't been as successful.
Right. I mean, because we're going to have to go to the next iteration here. I mean, when we refresh, we need to know about what they're doing so we can plan accordingly.
And I think if we want to be more efficient as a society, as an economy, we're going to have to lean on technology. I mean, you can go here in Las Vegas, we have robotic bartenders now. You have automated cleaning systems that clean the hotel rooms. You don't need a physical person anymore. So, and we have challenges here. Water and other types of things are going to be barriers that we're going to need to cross. And so, looking around the world, Dubai, all those areas, they have the same challenges. We got to learn from them, bring that tech here, embrace it, and move it forward.
I couldn't agree more. I just noticed we're out of time, but my final comment is Las Vegas is lucky to have you, man.
Well,
what you're bringing is phenomenal. I think game changer.
Well, thank you, and we thank all of your listeners to come out to Las Vegas. We're ready for you here. We got great things to do. Lots of events. Super Bowl we didn't even touch on.
There's so much we didn't touch on.
There is.
And I really want you to be a permanent part of Realcomm.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Love to.
Thank
you guys are great.
So much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better.
All right, welcome back everybody. We are here at Realcomm Live. Amazing this time of day, still good energy. People running around, trying to figure out all these problems that we're trying to solve. And I couldn't be happier than to have Spencer Levy with me. Did a phenomenal job this morning.
Thank you, Jim. I'm always delighted to be back here. And as you mentioned before,
yeah, you're an alumni at this point.
I saw a picture of me on the screen from, it might have been 10 years ago.
It was, yeah. I mean, when I saw that, I was like, I mean, I remember you've been here, but when I saw that photo, I go, this is kind of like deja vu. It's kind of fun. Well, but the topic is as relevant as ever.
Well, the only thing that disappointed me at the deja vu, the tie that I wore on stage 10 years ago, I actually had in my pocket. So I'm glad I didn't put it on.
Are you kidding?
I'm dead serious.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. So let's kind of carry on from the conversation that we had in the general session. We wanted to talk about the economy, then we wanted to take that down to the commercial real estate market. And then from there, we wanted to talk about the impacts on innovation, right? Because I think this is my third time off the cliff where we're talking about show me the ROI because we blew it, right? So just give a quick synopsis, because your tone and your message was a little different than Phil's. You were a little more optimistic. Let's spend the first couple minutes, just a synopsis of what you think where the market, the general economy is at.
Sure, so very big picture. The market, you need to break it into two parts. You need to break it into the capital markets, the cost of money, the availability of money, and then the underlying performance of the assets themselves. And it really is the tale of two worlds, because the capital markets are very poor, very, very difficult right now because interest rates continue to go up. They may go up further, and it's causing enormous stress in interest rate sensitive industries.
Yep.
You know which industries are the two most interest rate sensitive industries? Real estate and tech.
Yeah.
And people say, well, why is tech so interest rate sensitive? It's because for all these publicly traded companies, they're all valued based upon their future growth, and small changes in interest rates have dramatic change in value. So the capital markets are poor.
Right.
Fundamentals, on the other hand, are quite good. In fact, very good in most asset types, including certain segments of office, which has been so hard hit.
Right.
And the real question is, will it hang in there? Because they are good, but they are weakening, even in places like apartments, multifamily, industrial, weakening. But I will tell you that two areas that would typically lead us down are retail and hotels. Those are two areas of great strength, both fundamentally and from a capital markets perspective.
But can retail and hotel hold up given the pressure on with inflation and everything else we're seeing in the market? I mean, are people still going to be able to go out? I read someplace where credit card debt was going up again and consumers were spending not with cash but with plastic. Is that a concern? I mean, that we're over leveraging again at the consumer level?
Well, the reason why we're in the macro issue that we're in right now is there was simply too much liquidity in the system pumped in
starting from 2009
for the right reason. Well, that and also for COVID, we did it for the right reasons. We hit a
too much
event, too much.
Yeah.
But it's better to have too much than too little, I suppose.
Right.
And now we're burning it off. And so what you're saying is entirely correct, that the consumer is not going to have that same level of liquidity a year from now.
No. So I'm an office owner. Everything was going good. My values were going up. I was getting big tenants. 2019, they were signing big leases. I was feeling confident. Pandemic happens. It reshifts everything. Everybody's thinking. And then we said, okay, we're going back by 4th of July. We're going back by Labor Day. We're going back by, not Christmas. We'll wait till the first of the year. And that was about a year and a half, almost 2 years of that. Now it's like 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. Well, we're going virtual. So my question is, if you're an office owner with a building that's 50% utilized, not signed leases, and somebody comes in, one of these guys comes and says, I got this great innovative idea that will provide this. Is that project going to be put to the side? Is that owner going to say, I'm sorry, I just don't have the money to invest in this, even though they know they need to create the operating efficiency and the tenant engagement stuff? So, you've got, we got to go back to these new environments, these immersive environments. Well, I'm not collecting my leases anymore or my rent payments. How can you afford to do this? What does this do to innovation?
Well, actually, necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
And there is no more time for necessity than today in the office sector, both from a physical standpoint and a digital standpoint. So from the physical standpoint, you hear a lot about converting these buildings into other uses, multifamily. Unfortunately, it's very expensive, and we've done some studies with Gensler, a big architectural firm.
They're here, by the way.
They're here.
Yep.
They think it's 10 to 15% maybe of the space. So
they came up with a program that you literally put
They have a terrific program, speaking of technology, on the data side of how to analyze what can actually get done. But then on the data side and the innovation side, that's where you might have a greater opportunity. The opportunity really is, how do you get people back into the office meaningfully and having it being a differentiated experience from being at home?
Well, I've been having this conversation for at least a year with the senior folks at Gensler, HOK, Zaha Hadid, Microsoft, all trying to figure this out. So the physical space leading experts, the automation experts. We had a phenomenal session yesterday on the hybrid, flexible, immersive office. Gensler was in there, their lead guy who talks about the next generation of office space. So the question begs, again, with this financial pressure, leases kind of disappearing, the question begs, am I going to have the money to do what I need to do to these assets that are struggling? And then the second side of it is, how good does it have to be to get that 2-hour commute to not be an issue? That 2-hour commute just keeps coming up over and over and over again.
Sure. So what I'm going to say now is disappointing to a lot of physical real estate people as opposed to the digital real estate people. The physical plant matters less than the other factors. The other factors are led by the community in which it sits, because I think the most important amenity are the amenities on the street, not necessarily in the building. But then the most important thing of all, and this goes right to innovation, is not the physical space. It's not the Zoom screen. It's the relationship between the landlord, tenant, or really better stated, the occupier and their employees. If you could find ways to enhance that relationship, you will get people back into the office. And I say this, shameless plug, graduate of the Cornell School of Industrial and Labor Relations. I studied labor. What we're seeing in the office sector is not a physical office issue. It is a labor versus management issue like we've been seeing for thousands of years. So ways that you could bring labor and management closer together in a relationship of trust, that's really the key. And I know that's That's like a pie in the sky word. How do you get the trust? But if you could innovate in a way that enhances that trust between employer and employee, that's your golden ticket.
We actually have some folks here who are some of the biggest real estate project portfolio owners in the United States, if not the world. And they are even scratching their heads a little bit saying, I'm taking a train in, I'm doing the 2-hour commute to sit in my office in this beautiful New York skyscraper to be on Teams calls with people 30 feet down the hall. We got to get away from that and get back to this interactivity, this collaboration, this trust building community that you're talking about, right?
I'll say one thing, a shameless plug, and then I'll go to something else, but I am a professional speaker. And I speak at terrific events like Realcomm. I speak at universities, colleges, and in private organizations. I did a speech the other day in downtown Los Angeles in the afternoon in an office tower, and it was full house. Okay. And believe me, I am not Elvis, but I'm telling you, a live, engaging, FOMO,
that's why we're here.
Fear of missing out, is really valuable. Another thing that's valuable is you could see people on Zoom. Are you going to have a cup of coffee or a beer with them after lunch?
Right.
Or for dinner? There are these human things that if you are a younger professional, hear me now, you're going to miss things if you don't get together. And I know it's a controversial topic. No. I know the commute's an issue, and I know there's other factors involved, but you just simply cannot learn remotely.
And I agree with much of what you just said. I do believe, though, that the physical paradigm of getting in a car, driving to this place, amongst a 2-hour commute, that's the last 100 years or so. And then Gates and Jobs and all these guys with the digital stuff that ends up in this room creates a different paradigm. I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's a combination of both. And what I would suspect is going to happen is smaller and smarter, right? So 100,000 square feet of lots of old cubes and old concepts versus $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of really tightly designed, innovative, immersive experience where I can be on a conversation with you a minute and have somebody in Tokyo on the wall in the next 30 seconds. That's the future, I think, is going to be required to get these people back into offices.
Well, I'm not so sure, only for this reason. I think that's going to be a lot of what you're saying, Jim. I think that you're probably 75, 80% right, if not more. But I think the future hasn't been written yet. The future always looks more like the past than we think. And I think once you see this rise in unemployment, more people are going to come back to the office, and then people are going to realize that being here in a great room with 2,000 people, like-minded people, is way better than being on this room in Zoom.
Right. Oh, God, yeah. But when we need to bring those speakers in via Zoom, because a plane didn't take off or a family member got sick, it should not be a big deal. It should be the sending of an invitation and those people are in that room in a split second.
Yesterday I did a speech in Washington, D.C. My first one was for a large insurance company in Boston. I did it via Zoom. The second one I did on stage half an hour later in front of 300 people. So it certainly makes it more efficient.
Yeah. I mean, and so final question, and it's a long one. Maybe I'll just plant the seed and we can discuss it next time we get together. But anybody who's willing to take the question, cycles. Every 10, 15 years in the real estate industry, up, down. At least in my career, I've seen it since 90. Once it was real estate, then it was tech, then it was real estate and tech and finance. This one, who knows? Is this a typical 10, 15-year cycle, or is this possibly a paradigm shift like barns, factories, mixed-use, office? I mean, is there any possibility this is a bigger paradigm shift than some people think?
Secondary market malls dragged the entire retail sector down for a decade. And now, retail is one of the best performing sectors in all of commercial real estate, and institutional investors are going back to it again. Office is going through a similar shakeout, and when it comes back out of it, and I don't know if it's going to be 15 years, it could be 6, 7 years, it's going to be stronger than ever.
Right.
I think if you're in the right sub-market with the right building today, it's a great place to be, not only for all of the reasons why working is good, it's a great place to invest, in part because everybody else is afraid. Right? To quote Warren Buffett, be greedy when people are fearful, be fearful when people are greedy.
Right, yeah. Some things don't change. Well, we are out of time. Mary's given us that look, and I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, Jim, for having me again.
Great job this morning now, and continued success, and I'm sure we will meet again, hopefully at another Realcomm.
I look forward to it, Jim. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. That's it.
Sensors, or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
To Realcomm Live. I am here with the 5Q team. We've got Veronica Unikrishnan, who is partner and senior vice president of sales and marketing, and Gon Goldstein, CEO of 5Q, and we've got Wade Hughes, managing partner. How are you guys doing?
Great. Fantastic, thank you.
Good. It's good to have you back. Yeah. So we talked last year about this time, and lots was going on, lots of things going on with 5Q. You guys were just bursting at the seams. Just all kinds of things coming from all kinds of different directions. But we talked a little bit about 5Q going global. So 12 months later, what does that look like for you now? How is that globalization of 5Q, how has that laid out, or how has that rolled out since last year?
Well, Lisa, what's happened is that our clients that are US based have global portfolios. And so the same programs we're bringing to them domestically, they're wanting us to do globally. So that's put us in Europe, that's put us in Asia and Pacific with our cyber engineers. So the assessments they do in properties, they're now doing globally, not just in US. And as we get more traction globally, that will then expand our footprint so that we'll have resources there, because what happens doesn't just stop at the assessments. It goes all the way through to remediation and then to monitoring at the property level in their building systems.
Right. Has there been any particular challenge in global markets versus North American markets that you've noticed? Is it pretty much the same, or are there some unique traits about being in some of the more global
So there's
areas?
a lot of difference because, for example, there's data that has to be contained and it has to be protected. And so by taking that in mind, for example, the program that we designed to monitor, like our SOC, That takes into consideration that the data resides at the client. So there is no exchange, there is containment, and following the rules and policies of each country. So we have designed now solutions based on that expansion.
Right, right. And with your globalization and the presence that you have, talk to me a little bit about the need for cyber monitoring and management of the process and of, at the property level, the management of the solution.
Well, in the monitoring, what really happens is, once we go into a property and we find everything in the property, we get everything remediated, and then we leave. If there's no monitoring after that, we don't know what's changed, the client doesn't know what's changed, the owner doesn't know what's happened in that property. We go back a year later, it looks totally different than it did then. And plus, as at the cybersecurity forum we had yesterday, Elon at Car Property said, you can pretty much know that they're already in your systems at the property level. Right. So what you have to do is you have to watch those building systems carefully to make sure that if they're in there, you can detect it and get them out as soon as possible, right? Before they can wreak any havoc. So that's why monitoring is really important, and it's different monitoring OT assets, IoT, than it is IT assets. That's where we come in.
Right.
Yeah, and the other challenge we have on a global basis is our core business, which is being the MSP for CRE. We've got to be able to dispatch local folks to go there. So we have the basic end user and end device monitoring and management, and then cyber is layering on top of that. So we've got to be able to roll both of those out when we finish assessments of these international buildings. Which the monitoring part is not the hard part. It's being able to react on a local basis when we need to go do something. Let's say lightning strikes a firewall and we've got to, knocks it out. We've got to replace that. We've got to have boots on the ground all over the world. So that expansion is where we're laser focused right now.
So are you seeing a lot more of the growth in just the office sector, or are there, what about across other asset classes? Are you seeing growth there as well?
Lots of growth in multifamily. Personally spend a ton of time in that space. As they talked earlier today, the market is booming, but it was really interesting to hear about which I don't get into as much, but it was enlightening to hear about the debt coming due on some of those assets that we monitor, and
right.
It's like, but it's, the good thing is the rents are up 22%. So,
if you think about it, now our homes, our apartments are our new workspace. So everything that has to be now an amenity to help all the workers that are living at home is transforming the industry, and all this wonderful technology that we're seeing over here in the market, it's bringing in also new risks. So this evolution is very interesting, but at the same time, we need to remember that there's a component that we need to think about risk.
Are there any special challenges that you face when you're talking about other asset classes, retail, for instance, or arenas and stadiums, healthcare, hospitality?
Yeah, so if you look at this picture of this building, right? So that's a high rise, but that could be condos, that could be mixed use, it could be all office, but they all have these systems in them, and they're putting more and more, as we see out here on the exhibit floor, more and more of the prop tech is getting deployed to these sites, and it doesn't matter what asset class, they're going there, right? And so all of them, any of them that have a connection, have a risk.
Well, and senior
so we really that's why we're watching them carefully.
Yeah. Senior living has a whole other level of life safety and medical records, and so that's a challenging market, but a really good one, because it's amazing how some of these buildings were built with none of that in mind.
Right, right. We're hearing more and more about senior living as well. I mean,
well, now we're talking about life, health, safety.
That's right.
Yeah. Right? And so when you talk about these systems, and you talk about healthcare systems, right? More and more, those systems are getting attacked. We saw just this week a hospital shut down because of a cyber attack in Indiana.
Right.
There are a number of hospitals that have been hit by nation states. And more of that is happening. Why? Because it's kind of the soft underbelly, and they kind of see what havoc they can wreak there, and they're dealing with these life safety issues.
Right. Well, they're looking for the vulnerabilities, right?
That's right.
And so
And they're
that's where
exploiting
they
them.
find them.
And so that's why we've got to be really careful. And really what we have to do is look at how much risk we can take versus how much we can really protect. So even though we know we can't protect everything, when something happens, we better be prepared to deal with it. That goes to the incident response and how prepared we are to do that. And as we've done on the Realcomm webinars with the tabletop exercises, it's really critical and important that companies do those exercises often, so they are prepared. They don't want to be doing that the first time when a real incident happens.
That's right. That's right. You know, that webinar actually brought to the table, I think, a lot of things that that many owners don't really think about. And as you went through it, it was really interesting, those conversations that were so very familiar and very funny in some instances, but not so funny if you're actually in a in a critical.
It's fun to do when you're doing the exercise.
That's right. Not so fun when it's real life.
Not so fun.
Not so fun. Well, talk to me about ESG. So, how does ESG play into these these security processes and these security programs?
So it's very interesting because, for example, there's new technology like the EV chargers. They're being installed all over properties. Well, not everybody is aware that it's connected to a network. Connected to a network, it's open to a vulnerability, cyber risk. So bringing in all this technology that is associated with ESG is fantastic, but we also have to align the cybersecurity program in conjunction with the ESG program. That is when then success looks like.
Right, right. And what does that collaboration look like with clients when you're talking about ESG and you're talking about all these different asset groups and that partnership? What does that relationship look like for you guys? What do you think is the most important in a healthy collaborative relationship?
It's that long-term relationship where we understand where they're headed as a business. We obviously understand their business inside and out, but where they're headed is different for every client. And so as long as we can understand that and we're part of that conversation as early as possible, so when we're designing a new building or about to acquire a building, we can go in and do due diligence. That's the best time to come in, is before acquisition or before construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, this has been a great conversation. I look forward to talking to you again next year and see how much more advanced and much further that you guys have gone. It's a great team, and look forward to talking to you.
Thank you. We appreciate the partnership with Realcomm.
Always a pleasure talking with you, Lisa.
Congratulations on 25 years.
Well, thank
Fantastic.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Nice having you. And we'll be right back.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them.
All right, Eric Stromquist here. I'm with Manish from Sharma from Honeywell. And Manish, what are your customers wrestling with now when it comes to all these disparate systems?
They are really wrestling about that they have multiple systems, multiple subsystems in the building.
Yeah.
And how do you really manage those subsystems and assets all together? And
sounds like Honeywell's
really,
got the answer to that, right?
Absolutely.
All right, my friend. Well, in all seriousness, man, that is a big problem because we got all this technology, all this data, all this stuff coming in. And yeah, so it's like, it seems like we got silos of data, but you guys have taken a different approach. Speak about what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I think what we have done is we have gone ahead and see that we have launched something called Forge for Buildings. Honeywell Forge for Building we recently launched, and what it does basically, it really focuses on outcome. And we said that when you look at the customer, you're looking forward to see, okay, now you want to see sustainability as one of the big outcome, or occupant experience, or energy efficiency, or equipment, the asset management, all of this outcome which we are focusing on. And that really makes a huge difference for our customers. Now, what we did is we said, okay, how do we achieve those outcome effectively? We would like to see the different assets inside the building. We would like to see the different subsystem inside the building, and how do we get connected all of those assets and subsystem, bring them together and have those interoperability and orchestration layer to look at all together and deliver those outcomes like sustainability and equipment efficiency.
Well, listen, you've been in the controls industry how long? Have you been doing smart building controls?
Yeah, I mean, I've been Honeywell from last 23 years, played a different role, different geographies, so I am pretty much in the control system from a long time.
So you've seen a lot, right? You've seen things evolve, so things have evolved to this, right? And so with your background, I mean, it's sort of, you guys came to this is what we need to do. We need to come up with one platform to bring these systems together, right? And that's Honeywell Forge.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, that's Honeywell Forge.
So talk about, you got what, 6 different silos you bring together, right? Which silos are we talking about here?
What silos we are talking about, think about in a building like you have lighting systems. You have HVAC system where multiple components. You have chillers, you have condensers, you have air handling units, you have VAV boxes. Then you talk about your multiple plug loads inside the building which is connected to your different vending machines and coffee machines and all of that. Then you have for multiple other miscellaneous load inside the building. So then this is the one side of the system. Then second part you have is multiple subsystem. You have fire system, you have security system, you have building management system, you have lighting control system, all of the subsystems. Now it creates a huge complexity in a building if you are having siloed approach to looking at monitoring, controlling all of these subsystems. The smart way to do is how do you bring all of this together and focus on the clear-cut outcome of what you want to deliver.
No, it's very cool. So it's almost like you have to have somebody leading the parade, if you will, to bring everybody together.
Yeah.
So kind of walk us through the process of how you guys would work with the building owner to get everything together.
Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, that Honeywell is known for the control systems, and we have been designing the control system from a long time. The way we start is you start that edge level intelligence first. You go to the customer, you deploy the control system at the customer location and drive that edge level analytics, edge level solution, edge level control system. And you bring those edge level different subsystems connectivity to the cloud to really having an enterprise level view, enterprise level solution where you can look at customer as a broader enterprise view, where you have multiple sites, multiple geographies, multiple locations to bring all of them together. And that creates the combination of edge to cloud solution which simplifies, deliver the outcome, and have an interactive approach with your systems, with your different personas inside the building. For an example, you work with Chief Sustainability Officer to work and define that what exactly goal he has to achieve in his building. And you work with them, define it, where do you stand, where you want to be, and have path to achieve that goal by working with Chief Sustainability Officer. Look at the other part of it, occupant experience. We work with the customers and say that your occupants, or your travelers, or your visitors, or your contractors, how do we manage them effectively, at the same time not losing the compliance part, because you got to manage the compliance efficiently. So absolutely, persona-based, equipment-based, and all over the different subsystems.
Yeah, because ESG is so much a part of the brand now, getting the environmental part right. But really and truly, the occupant experience. I mean, if you think about building owners, I mean, you got to get people back in the building. That experience has got to be better than their home office, right? So you guys help make that happen, right? Tell me about how you would do that.
Yeah, what we do is we look at that occupant from the point of view, the entry to the building till you reach to your workspace. And all the day that your interaction happens within the organization. So you come to the building, you enter into the building frictionless way, you from car park to the elevator calls when you enter the building, elevators take you to the place where you belong to, and you sit there, you have a pretty interactive application where you can have social networking along with the different people inside the building. And also when the visitor comes or contractor comes inside the building to see you, you have absolutely frictionless experience to have interaction and the meeting point and deliver that clear kind of a result what you want to achieve through those interactions. So it's all different interaction points, comfort, also the safety and security, because after COVID came, people are really concerned about, oh, if I come inside the building, will I have the good air quality?
Yeah.
And Honeywell provides that solution to get you the more safer, more secure inside the building, because we do take care of the air quality, energy efficiency all together.
Yeah, I think one of the ways it worked, which is really cool, you talk about the whole experience, because you would think tenant comfort and energy savings aren't necessarily, they don't go together.
Yeah.
But for example, with your guys' system, can pick you up coming through with access and security. It knows you're on the 3rd floor, brings the elevator down, turns your space, get your air conditioning in your space, gets your light right, gets your indoor air quality right. So you're saving energy when nobody's there, but when they go to the space, everybody's good.
Everybody's good. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool stuff. What about artificial intelligence? Are you guys using that at all?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So what we do is, if you look at the way we manage the assets, or the way we manage the energy efficiency, the way we provide the optimization, it's a journey, right? You start with looking at where do you stand today from your energy consumption, from your assets, what's the current condition. From there, if you have to really look at the prediction model to see when this asset can have failure, when you are having what energy consumption, you can really draw the reduction of the energy in the building. So all of that you can achieve by having that artificial intelligence and machine learning. Our algorithms are absolutely world-class and differentiated. It is absolutely patented as well, to show you how you can save energy on month over month and year over year to reduce that by, because we are running this AI/ML algorithm at the different asset level. At the same time, when you look at the asset's life, we are doing that calculation and saying that, okay, now you have this asset failure may occur at this time. So you be prepared or be control around that. How do you have very zero or almost close to zero downtime of your assets, so your whole business operations, your business continuity is not disrupted?
Well, I think one of the cool things about Honeywell too that not everybody can do is you guys have the whole gambit from the sensors on the wall to the valves and the valves, the control valves, and everything. So, at some point in time, you guys are going to build an artificial intelligence when an actuator is going to say, hey, I'm going to go bad in 3 weeks, so you can order, an actuator to be ordered and ready to go. So the predictive maintenance part of it has got to be huge for you guys too.
Absolutely, absolutely. Predictive maintenance is the key outcome what we deliver. Yeah. One of what I talked about, the asset management or operational efficiency, is all achieved through the predictive maintenance of your assets.
It's very, very cool. And then the other thing that's really great about Honeywell is you have different ways to get the product, right? You can go to the branch, for instance, or you can come through, like my favorite distributor, Stromquist & Company, because you got distribution all across the world. Plus you got some of the best systems integrators on the planet. So it seems like you can not only, order what you want off the menu, but you can get it served by different people if you like.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think Honeywell has the largest network around the world. We have service techs all over the world. If you have something broken in place like Riyadh, we can have our technician go and solve the problem, or if you have any part of the US or Europe, our technician does. We are really proud of having such a great talent of technicians available all over the world. We have great system integrator and distributor network. We have close to 5,000 plus all over the world, and they are really our arms and legs to really go forward and solve customer problems on a daily basis. And that's why customer loves us, because of the interaction, the connectivity, the experience what they get through those Honeywell distributors, system integrators, and service techs all over the world.
Well, as a distributor that has sold your product, I can tell you, Honeywell was the first company to bring building automation controls to distributors. And I know that because I was one of your first distributors. So man, I thank you for that.
Congratulations.
And listen, are we're gonna finish this thing up?
Yeah.
Like men? All right, ready, go, all right.
All right.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. All right, man, there we go, man. Hey, Manish, thanks so much, man. Honeywell.com, best website?
Absolutely. Go to honeywell.com, look for Forge for Buildings.
Right, and we'll arm wrestle with you if you want us to, right?
Yeah.
We'll take on all comers. Thank you, brother.
Thank you,
Appreciate
brother.
it, man.
And life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guests, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process.
And we're back. Welcome to Realcomm Live. I'm here with Pat Galani, CEO of MRI Software. How are you doing?
I am great. Thanks for having
Good.
me. Awesome to be back.
Good. Well, it's awesome to have you back.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you. We are very excited. There's been a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. It was from the very first day, from pre-con, it was just lots of people, lots of smiles. People seem to be very happy to be here.
Absolutely. Look, this show's always a milestone event every year for PropTech, and to celebrate 25 years with this group, not only is it a reunion in the advancement of property technology, it's really a good, heartwarming situation for everyone to be back together like this. So it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, we are glad that you're here. You have been with Realcomm for probably since the beginning.
Very beginning.
So we are so thankful and and appreciative of your partnership, and that you've been here with us for so long. So what has been going on with MRI? There has just been so much buzz about all the different things that you guys were doing. And tell me about your connected community and what you're doing on that front.
Thank you. So, yeah, look, we're always doing something, sometimes too many things, but look, if you're not moving the pendulum forward in PropTech, then you're not doing what we're here to do. And so one of the things that we've been doing at MRI is we've been trying to balance this concept of bricks and mortar with hearts and minds, right? So it's PropTech because of real estate technology, but I think as it's evolved, what are we really trying to do is serve communities, and it's the people that own the communities, operate the communities, live in the communities, work in the communities, invest in the communities. And it's about not just the technology, but it's about the people and what they get from it and how do they value it and how do they, gain better lives through technology. And so that's really been our focus. And, I've sat here probably personally 17 years and I keep talking about this connected ecosystem. And I always point out at all of the many booths that are friends in the prop tech space. And the idea is that all of these folks need to connect and work together. So the number one thing MRI has been focused on is to create a world where all of these products work together interoperably and serving the many hearts and minds behind them. And so we've created a next generation platform called MRI Agora.
Okay.
Now you might say, why MRI Agora? So in ancient Greek times, the Agora was where communities gathered, where commerce happened. It's where everybody came together. It was the heart of the community. And essentially that's what we're trying to do with technology, is be the platform hub that allows the connectivity of not only the MRI solutions, but all the solutions in the real estate property technology space. So that's really the number one goal, and we continue to innovate around that, but that is continuing to be the main driver of our mission.
It sounds like a lot of thought has gone into that, a lot of thought and a lot of planning. Is this something that has been in the works for a long time?
For sure. So we started our platform strategy probably 2013, 2014, and it's just evolved. And the key thing that's evolved is this concept of hearts and minds. And so not just looking at bits and bytes and features and functions, but looking at the people. And so in conjunction with that, as this world continues to find a better rotation around belonging and diversity and inclusivity, we've actually tied our technology strategy with the concept of helping to evolve the community. So I'm really pleased that you all here at Realcomm have added some tracks, and I'm pleased to be on one tomorrow, that's talking about how do we advance prop tech for more diversity. And,
right, our Real Talk track.
Exactly.
Yep.
And there's no doubt that the technology industry, the real estate technology industry, needs to do a better job from the bottom up as it relates to creating more inclusivity for jobs and knowledge in our space.
Right.
So MRI has taken that approach internally. We've made it fundamental to becoming more a part of our culture and our actual culture. And that's actually helped adapt our product strategy. And so it's been a nice combination. So bricks and mortar, hearts and minds, with communities at the center of the focus.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I think that is a very noble cause and certainly needed in the world right now. And taking technology and enabling that initiative and pushing that forward is outstanding. Now, what are some of the key initiatives for MRI?
Great. So when you think about the number one problem opportunity that everybody in real estate has is they want better, faster, smarter access to data. They want to do it cheaper, more reliably, and they want to be able to do it across systems and platforms and so forth. So taking this concept of MRI Agora, we've then layered a global data model using the Oscar standards. And so you may know the Oscar standards in real estate are something that has been going on for many years and driven by the Oscar organization. And it's this idea of creating a standardized database specific and built for purpose for real estate. So we've taken that concept, an Oscar concept, with a global data layer, and we've built it at the platform level, allowing our products and all products to attach to it. Essentially, it's like connecting the DNA strings of all the technology in this room and outside this room. And that is a big driver. We call this MRI Agora Insights. Okay. And so it's essentially the lifeline that connects products and gives data. Along with that, leveraging artificial intelligence, systems using machine language, machine learning, and natural language are now better enabling the use of this centralized data layer, and it's really at the heart of what we're producing.
Okay. With all of the advancements that MRI is involved in, I'm sure there have been a lot of conversations with clients. What are you hearing from your clients in terms of their biggest challenges?
Sure. So in addition to the obvious, which is data, people need to do things, especially in this uncertain economy. They need to do things faster, quicker to no implementation. They need productivity and communication with their clients like never before. And so we've essentially gone to market with what we call our MRI at Work solution suite. And MRI at Work is both our commercial property management solutions as well as our corporate real estate solutions. And to get pretty much A through Z, A through Z, in a model that also can talk to everyone else, we're finding it to be the biggest and deepest need. People need to be effective and efficient and save money while they're figuring out how to make money, right, especially in this crazy economy.
That's right. Are you seeing a lot of differences between the different asset classes in rolling out this initiative? Is it significantly different, office versus multifamily, for instance?
Great question. So, look, real estate has been one of the most consistent industries on the planet. I think they still say there's never been a 10-year period where there's been a dip. And look, are we in a dip? I think we're in a demonstration of resiliency. Okay. So you think about office. The fact is that the owners and operators and occupiers of offices are making different decisions today, post-COVID, hybrid work environment, but people are utilizing those assets bigger and better than ever before. They're finding a way to use multi-purpose, so putting retail and multifamily and office all in the same building. I think you're seeing an investment to make the buildings that are out there of higher quality and higher amenities. So there's no economy dip that one would say is positive, but I do think that some of the challenges that we're seeing in the office space are actually going to make us a stronger industry. Multifamily continues to be very strong, and guess what? I remember sitting here talking about the concern for retail.
Right.
North American folks love to spend money in the stores, so retail continues to find its way. And I'll tell you, at MRI Software, we're seeing our MRI at Work for retail, one of our strongest arenas.
Ah, wow. Any final thoughts? I see Mary's giving me the 1 minute mark.
Look, I would say, as it relates to the industry, the trepidation in the industry, and the availability of technology, we have a responsibility here at Realcomm, whether it's at MRI Software or all the members of the Realcomm community. I used a silly analogy in my session this morning, and I said, when you're selling milk, you need to support the cow. And so, whether it's hybrid work or unique uses of assets, we in this community need to keep finding creative ways for owners, operators, occupiers, investors, agents of real estate, and making sure that our future is bright. And I got to tell you, I still believe it is.
Good. Well, it's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you
I'm so glad.
much.
Always
Good to see you,
nice
Lisa.
talking to you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to talking to you again next year and getting another update on MRI. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And we'll be right back.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution, built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since a property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guests, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access reports in real time and on demand, allowing you to celebrate success with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Is a native cloud ERP real estate management solution built on a no-code development platform. This puts you in control, not costly software vendors and consultants. An advanced stack provides the best of both worlds, a single and open solution. Built to integrate with other best-of-breed real estate applications. Manage your business, tenants, leases, properties, and billing using any device from anywhere at any time. Create, manage, and foster relationships all in one place. RimLogix provides one source of the truth. Access us with your employees and tenants. See beyond what's next in the ever-changing technology and real estate landscape to drive innovation and be an industry leader.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate, make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better. Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as real foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on Las Vegas Strip.
In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based.
With over 3,500 rooms at the property, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience, and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here. It made it all worthwhile.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them. At Carrier, we create solutions to help you build a brighter future. Inspiring confidence. Carrier.
What makes 5Q unique is that our team of professionals have a deep understanding of this commercial real estate industry. Our people also have deep knowledge in information technology, and in operational technology at the property level. We work with all aspects of our clients' executive team, IT team, and cybersecurity team to make sure that they have the proper layers of defense for the critical assets that they're trying to protect.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow. What makes a building smart? Sensors? Or making sense of the data they provide? For today's facilities and real estate assets, it's time to redefine what's needed from technology. Our Willow software platform provides the oversight, insight, and foresight to navigate dynamic conditions. It's time for solutions designed to break down silos, fuse data and skills, meet ESG goals, and reduce costs. It's time to build intelligence into structures and infrastructures. It's time for Willow. A more intelligent way to manage better today and identify optimization opportunities for tomorrow.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city...
All right, everybody. Test 1, 2. Can you guys hear me back there? All right, we're going to start in about 3 minutes. So call your friends, family, anybody you know. 25th Annual Digi Awards starting in about 3, maybe 4 minutes.
Bringing together that user experience and that employee experience and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here, it made it all worthwhile.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
Mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. In Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based. No matter who walks in the doors of this facility, they are going to be connected.
Confidence is at the heart of everything we do at Carrier. Our systems fill buildings and homes with healthy, clean air. We detect and put out fires and help people stay safe and secure inside. Our innovations keep foods and life-saving medicines cold and fresh until they reach those who need them.
All right. Welcome, everybody. If we can maybe tell the people behind you, Digis are starting. Get everybody gathered around. It's a fun time, kind of celebratory. So this is year 25. I can't believe I've stood on a stage like this. Well, earlier years was a little smaller, a little simpler. But we determined early on that we were going to make a point to celebrate people in this industry. And you know, I was in the real estate industry and I saw the folks who are involved in leasing and brokerage and property management all get awards, and yet the technology people that kept these firms glued together were not getting recognized for their accomplishments. So 1999, we came up with the word Digi. Stands for Digital Award, and it's 24 years later, here we are again, so it's pretty exciting. So the Digis are broken into a couple different categories. We'll start on the Realcomm side, and we talk best use of automation for different categories of real estate. Brokerage, or no, we didn't do brokerage this year, commercial real estate, property facility management, the different components of the real estate transaction. And then we move to the best use of, or the newest technology, innovation in the commercial automation side. And that's the Realcomm side. Then we would typically give out 2 digital impact awards that relate to the Realcomm side, but what we've decided to do in the last couple of years is we hold the digital impact awards till the end, and I'll explain that in a second. Then we're going to move after the Realcomm awards on to the IBCon awards. That's more of the smart building orientation. I think we started IBCon 10, 11, 12 years ago, where we pulled the smart building conversation out of Realcomm and created IBCon. And these awards are going to be for the most digital real estate project. Mixed use or project, we've got portfolio, we've got retail, and these are focusing on not so much the process automation side of the world, but the building, the smart building side of what we're talking about. We're going to do a couple awards in that category for new innovative technology in the smart building side. Then Howard will start, he'll turn it over to Lisa, and then I'm going to come back at the end and award the digital impact and lifetime achievement. You saw this morning, we created a new category called industry impact, the highest level. Only one's been given out, and the first one went to Anna Yardi. The digital impact award is for those people who have been here for 20 years or 15 years. They are committed to this industry. It's not a try it and get out. They're here in and out. They take risks. They fall down. They get back. They not only are successful in their own right, but they share. They are willing to come to events like this and get in rooms and share their successes and failures. But most importantly, they have made a commitment to the industry above and beyond. And that award has been renamed to the Julie Devine Digital Impact Award. And that's because one of our partners, Julie Devine, suddenly passed away a number of years ago. And she was such an integral part of this community that we thought we would honor her. And we got all of her kids, or at least one of them right there, Jacob, I see 2. So Julie Devine's kids are actually in the room that they'll be able to see the people receive awards in their mom's name. So that's pretty cool. And then last but not least, in 2020, on our 20th anniversary, or 2018, at our 20th anniversary, we decided to introduce a new award called the Industry Impact. A little more stringent, had to be in the industry 20 years. We checked LinkedIn to make sure they've been committed to real estate or real estate tech for at least 20 years. They're always the ones who say yes when we ask for speakers or moderators. They give back to the community. They failed enough times that it's recognizable. They've either lost their hair or went gray, or these people are just fully committed. And in 2018, we caught up and gave out 20 of those. And I think we've given out 4 more. And then this year we're going to give out our 25th Digital Impact, and then Lifetime Achievement. So we've got and for those of you who have won either a Digital Impact or a Lifetime Achievement, you've been notified. So when we get to that portion, and this goes pretty quick, I would ask all of you to come up on the stage, either Lifetime Achievement or Digital Impact. So as the new winners win, we can be there together to kind of welcome them into the community of recognized leaders. And we're going to have a couple people coming in remotely to join us, and it should be a lot of fun. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Howard, who's going to get us kicked off with the Realcomm side of the award ceremony. You're all set?
Thank you, Jim. So we'll get started. And so for our first category for the Realcomm Award is Best Use of Automation Property Facility Management. And our nominees are CBRE, ESI, Derwent, London, and Lesson. And our winner is Lesson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, do you want to get a picture? We'll get a picture, so. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. Our next category is Best Use of Automation, Commercial Real Estate. And our nominees are Granite Properties, JLL, and the Inland Real Estate Group of Companies. And our winner in this category is the Inland Real Estate Group. Which way? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, you guys get on either side. I'm going to you want me to hold? Oh, I'll let you guys hold that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. See, I told you to come back.
Thank you.
Casey. Thank you. Now, our next category for Realcomm Awards in the Best Use of Automation category is Retail Real Estate. And the nominees are Agree Realty, Brixmore, and Macerich. And the winner is Agree Realty. Do we have anyone here from Agree? Do you want to pick it up? Okay. That's good. Hey, Greg.
We're accepting on behalf.
Accepting on behalf of Agree.
Good.
Thanks, buddy. Also, Best Use of Automation, second award in retail real estate. Our nominees are Phillips Edison and Company, PECO, Urban Edge Properties, and Woolbright Development. And the winner in our second retail real estate category is Phillips Edison and Company. Thank you. Oh, got it. Oh my. Well, I want, let's see, 2 on this side, and then 2 on this side. I'll stand in the center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Thanks, Gary. So our next category is Best Use of Automation, Corporate/Institutional Real Estate. And our nominees are JP Morgan Asset Management, Google, and GSA Public Building Services. And the winner in Corporate Institutional Real Estate category is GSA Public Building Services. Hello. So let's stand right here. We'll take a picture. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Our next category is Best Use of Automation, Industrial Real Estate. And in this category, our nominees are Link Logistics, Prologis, and Rexford Industrial. And our winner is Rexford Industrial. Now, do we have anyone representing Rexford? No? Okay. Okay. We'll get that to them. So our next category is Best Use of Automation, Investment Management. And our nominees are Affinius Capital, Bentall Green Oak, and Blackstone. And our winner is Bentall Green Oak. So we'll take a picture. This one there. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So now we're moving to our next category, which is Best Tech Innovation. And this is where we nominate and award products, technology products, that we feel really rise to the top in terms of innovation this year. And our nominees for this category were Realcomm Best Tech Innovation, Commercial Corporate Real Estate. Our nominees are DealPath Data Ingestion, .id, and North Spire. And our winner in this category is DealPath Data Ingestion. Hey, Mike. Okay, look.
Come on.
Okay. So let's see. We'll figure this out. We're a little odd here. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
We appreciate it.
So we give away 2 awards in this category on the Realcomm side. So for our second award, Best Tech Innovation, Commercial Corporate Real Estate, our nominees are Entrust, Premise HQ, and Profia. And the winner in this category is Premise HQ. No, I know Premise HQ. I know you guys are here. I should have stuck around. All right. We'll get it to them. Now, we also give an award in Best Tech Innovation in general category. This is general technology that doesn't apply specifically to commercial real estate. And the nominees in this category are Apple Vision Pro, the new AR goggles, FlexNode, a new data center technology, and of course OpenAI ChatGPT. And in this category, our winner is going to be OpenAI ChatGPT. And I don't think we've got anybody here to accept that award, so we will get that to them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Lisa Woods, for the IBCon categories.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard. Now for the IBCon Awards. These are the most intelligent buildings, smart buildings. And our first category is Most Intelligent Office Building. And our first nominee in this category, Indeed Tower, Scotia North Tower at Bay Adelaide, and Vancouver Centre 2. And our winner in the Most Intelligent Office Building, Vancouver Centre 2. Congratulations. Have one on each side.
Okay.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you. Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
And our next category, Most Intelligent Office Portfolio. And our first nominee is BXP, Car Properties, and QuadReal. And our winner in the Most Intelligent Office Portfolio category is Car Properties. Congratulations. Yeah, let's do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Got to get a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And our next category, Most Intelligent Corporate Headquarters. And our nominees in this category are Google, Marriott International Global Headquarters, and Walmart Home Office. And our winner, Walmart Home Office. Congratulations. Yeah, let's take a picture.
Okay, where do we look?
Right here. Let's move up just a little bit on our marks. Hi, Cindy. Yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
And our next category, Most Intelligent Digital District. And our nominees are Las Vegas Innovation District, National Landing, and Water Street, Tampa. And our winner is Las Vegas Innovation Center. Do we have anyone from the Las Vegas Innovation Center? Las Vegas Innovation District, sorry. All right, we will get this to them. Thank you. Our next category, Most Intelligent Retail. And the nominees in this category are Area 15 Omega Mart, Samsung Experience Store, New York City, Simon Property Group. And the winner in the Most Intelligent Retail is Simon Property Group. Congratulations. All right. Thank you. And our next category, Most Intelligent Multifamily/Residential. And the nominees in this group are BioHome 3D, Boxable, and Cloud Apartments. And the winner in the Most Intelligent Multifamily Residential category, Boxable. Thank you. Is there anyone from Boxable? All right. Thank you. Okay, our next category, Most Intelligent Mixed Use. And the nominees in this category are Cooper's Cross, Neom, The Well. And the winner is The Well. We have anyone from The Well? No? Okay. We will get this to them later. Thank you. All right, our next category on the IBCon conference, Best Tech Innovation, Hybrid Immersive Experience. And the nominees in this category, DBE Holographics, Microsoft Teams Rooms, and Welo. And the winner, DBE Holographics. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Take a picture. Oh. Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Our next category, Best Tech Innovation, Intelligent Buildings. And the nominees in this category, B-Tune, Cove, Flowy-O. And the winner, Cove. Do we have anyone from Cove? All right. Great. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, I know.
You want,
I don't know where everyone
you want
is.
one on this side?
Do you mind if we bring others up?
No, bring your
Come
team.
on up. How have you been doing pictures? Are they on both sides of you? I didn't see it yet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here, I'll get on the other side.
Okay. There we go.
Thanks. The other side.
Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations. And our second award in the Best Tech Innovation for Intelligent Buildings, the nominees, Honeywell Forge, Code Labs, and Open Blue Johnson Controls. And the winner in this category, Best Tech Innovation for Intelligent Buildings, Code Labs. Congratulations. Here we go.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Yes. You guys come up to the, yeah, to the line. There we go. All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jim, do you do? Okay, our next category is our Rising Star Award. And the nominees in this category are Aaron Alsher, Andrew Weekland, and Millie Papat. And the winner in the Rising Star category, Andrew Weekland. Thank you. Is Andrew here? All right, we will get this to Andrew. Thank you. And our second award in the Rising Star category, the nominees are Byron Lopez, Claire Meredith, and Cindy Zhu. And our winner in the Rising Star category, Byron Lopez. Thank you. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And now I'll turn it back over to Jim.
Thank you, dear. Great job. Very good. All right. Could I get all the past Digital Impact and Lifetime Achievement Award winners to join me on stage? I think we got a couple dozen. There you go. Coming in from all sides. This is awesome. Let's give these guys, ladies, a round of applause. Hello, Maureen. How are you? Jesse. Well, how are you, sir? Wow. Wow. Look at this. Can you maybe give if you could squeeze a little bit so we can see the people behind you. Last year, yeah, maybe just wrap it around a little bit and make some, yeah, because we got with the screen behind you. Yeah, maybe double up if you wouldn't mind, just so we can see those folks as well. All right, cool. All right, so before we get started, let's give these folks another round of applause. I mean, you know, they say that, you know, the new generation coming up and kind of taking over all these ideas. All of you will be standing on these folks' shoulders. I know most of them personally, and I'm looking at 20 years, 25 years of devotion to this industry and this topic. And when we're done with this, if you're new to the industry, grab them. They'll all be willing to sit and chat with you, lend some advice, help you maybe chart some pathways, but really an honor to be standing with all these great people, including the folks on the screen. Good to see you all, and here we go. All right, so we give out 2 of these on each category, the Realcomm and the IBCon side. As I mentioned, it's named in honor of Julie. And so let's go to the first set of nominees on the Realcomm side. And I'm seeing this, so can we maybe bring the award up? We may lose those guys, right, for a brief minute. Okay. So the nominees for the first Julie Divine Impact Award on the Realcomm side are Bonnie Manter, Cecilia Lee, and Helene Stein. And the winner is Helene Stein. Join your fellow. All right, the second Digital Impact Award on the Realcomm side, the nominees are Justin Siegel, Mike Osman, and Sundar Papau. All 3 of these people incredibly deserving, and the winner is Justin Siegel. Woo! Thank you. Justin, you have to be here. You've been here for 20 years. Justin, are you in the room? All right. Unfortunately, he won't get the benefit of all you to welcome him. So I saw him on the escalator, so he is here. All right, now we're going to switch to the IBCon side, the intelligent building side of the conversation. 3 nominees are Arv Gupta, Craig Stevenson, and Ryan Alba. And again, 3 very deserving people. And the winner is Ryan Alba. Can we go back to the screen? Ryan's on the screen. All right, so Ryan was here. Yay! Here, I'll give you the award. You just kind of pretend you're getting the award, all right? Thank you. All right. So Ryan was here because he's so devoted. He had to get back to work, and you have a meeting tomorrow, right? All right, well, I don't know if we can hear you. Can we turn sound on, guys? No? No, sorry, we don't have sound for this, but give a thumbs up so you know we can hear. All right, thank you so much, Ryan. Award's on its way. All right, the second and final Digital Impact Award on the IBCon side, the nominees are Nick Stello, Sabine Lamb, Daniel Lambrinas. Boy, if you know these 3 people, this was not an easy decision, and the winner is Sabine Lamb. Sabine, are you still here? I saw you in meetings, sessions. Let's see. Sabine, are you there? No? Okay. We'll get that to her. Again, she misses the benefit of all you great-looking people. All right, so prior to this morning where we gave on at the new high-level award, which is Industry Impact, as I mentioned, we created this award in 2018, gave out 20, been catching up every year, so this is the 25th official award for lifetime achievement. You've heard that in other industries. Some of the rules, at least 20 years in the industry, constant give back, lots of scars on their back, true leader, gives more than they take. Again, not an easy decision at all. But the winner for the Lifetime Achievement Award is, one more, Scott Cochran. Scott, are you in the room? Scott, if Scott's not, anybody from Cochran who's here? I know he's here, I just don't know if he's in this room. No? All right. We will get this. A round of applause for our Digital Impact and Lifetime Achievement Award winners. Thank you all so much. Good to see you all. All right, do we get a picture of everybody? Guys, want to come on around? Let's get a picture. Not with this, yeah.
All right, we're good.
You in?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you for your collective 1,000 years of devotion to this industry. I mean, it is at least 1,000 years. Concludes our Digi Award ceremony. Thank you very much. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.